welcome again to this yet another GRC Express Series training. This month, all right, for April, and my topic today would be on Microsoft Dataverse for Teams. Now, actually, this is another roadmap for Microsoft Power Platform, because most of you guys were to know that Dataverse is actually the storage that comes with Power Platform. Okay, so this is actually an introduction about how Power Platform can be integrated and made available for Microsoft Teams, and it's free. It's included by default without any extra licenses. Right now, a lot of people know that those of you who followed Power Platform, you know that this is part of the Microsoft 365 and Dynamics 365, which requires you to have licenses, pay subscriptions, which is actually a major drag to quite a number of organizations. Right. So this is whereby some people would think that, hey, I've already invested in Microsoft 365, but yet for Power Apps, Power Automate, and not to mention Power BI and Power Virtual Agents, these are the different components of Power Platform that requires extra subscription license. All right. So I'm not here to talk about the licenses as much as possible here, but to introduce you to a free way that Microsoft offers every Microsoft 365 subscription a chance to indulge in Power Platform without having to pay for extra licenses. But let me tell you deeper. Okay, next into it. All right. So anyway, my name is Gerald. Those of you who don't know me now, as what Proven has already introduced me, right? So I've been actively training Power Platform for the past how many years, beginning with Power BI. So Power BI was the first component that was named with the word power way before Microsoft coined the Power Platform suite of products, right? So then after that, which Microsoft came up with Power Apps, which was intentionally a replacement to the Microsoft Info Path back during SharePoint days, right? But then they realized that Power Apps can be used to transform most of the Info Path forms into a screen or an app. So they name it as Power Apps. So with Power Apps and Flow and Power BI, then they even changed Flow to have the word power there. So they call it Power Automate. So that was the birth of Power Platform. Now, those of you who just joined in, right, okay, just to try to find out what is in this Power Platform. So let me kind of like show you a next slide here. So now this is actually whereby we talk about simplify work with Microsoft Teams platform. Now, those of you who don't know Power Platform, well, it's okay, but I'm sure you know Microsoft Teams, which is, well, you guys happen to be using Microsoft Teams also to join in our training now, right? So Microsoft Teams, right, okay, apart from a spin up from Skype last time to allow us video conferencing, teleconferencing, and all this kind of facility, communications and all that. So of course, it is a one-stop collaboration platform as well. So if you look at the PowerPoint slide that I'm showing right now, Microsoft Teams itself is a platform that has ready-made apps integrated into Teams. Now, most of the apps, I'm sure based on the icon, you would know that these are the famous Office 365, like SharePoint, PowerPoint, Word. You've got Yammer, you've got Excel, you've got OneNote, you've got Stream, and also hundreds of other partner apps from most of the Microsoft partners. These apps are made available inside your team that you build using Microsoft Teams. And you can seamlessly add the apps. Most of them are free of charge. Now, my attention right now is not to speak about the hundreds of apps out there. And of course, not even PowerPoint or Word or whatsoever. I want to put your attention right to the middle layer, where that is actually our Power Platform. So right in between there, right, the Power Platform, which we define that as a low-code apps as well as workflows. So you can see Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, and Power BI. And I've inputted, okay, a brief sentence, right, to define each of the role of the Power component. So Power Apps is to allow you to build custom apps using low-code, no-code, right? Power Automate is to automate repetitive tasks, which is actually your building of flows, and Power Virtual Agents so that you can create tailor-made chatbots, right, using low code again, right, the platform. And of course, Power BI, well, nonetheless, this is actually quite popular, which is allowing us to perform visualization and also data storytelling. So that's the analytical part of the Power Platform. So you can see that all these various members of Power Platform. Of course, recently Microsoft also announced Power Pages, the fifth member of Power Platform family, which I didn't put in here because Power Pages is so new that it is just only recently made generally available. And but anyway, what we have today, right? This 1 day free training, right, is just to show you a quick way of how I can build a Power Apps app and integrate and embed into Teams, running in Teams, together with a flow that can run in Teams. And based on the outline which I suggested to show Power BI, but I think I got bored with Power BI because Power BI, I've been training Power BI for the past 6, 7 years already since the infant stages. So I rather demonstrate Power Virtual Agents, creating a chatbot instead of showing reports. So um, I don't know about you guys. Maybe some of you guys are anticipating Power BI, but I rather show you how a chatbot can make a hit win Microsoft Teams. So this is actually a full announcement from Microsoft, which they made, I think, a couple of years back, whereby a lot of people complained that, hey, you made all these low code, no code series of components available, but yet the licenses seem to be, a major drag. So we need to invest further, right, on top of our Microsoft 365. So now Microsoft decided to, of course, those of you with Microsoft 365 subscriptions that comes with a Teams available, then they make Power Platform available directly within Microsoft Teams. Now, provided that all the things you create, for example, the Power Apps you build, the flows you build, the chatbot you build, and the Power BI report that you build must be embedded and only runnable within Teams. Okay. The moment you try to, use the app or the workflow out of Microsoft Teams, you got to upgrade your Power Apps investment, your Power Automate licenses, and all that. Okay. As long as your app that you build, the flow you build, the report or the chatbot you build with all these four components, they are running inside Teams, then it is free. It is part of Teams license. Okay, so this is actually the full dress, okay, that comes together with Teams platform. Now, in summary, right, what I'm trying to tell you is that Power Platform can ride on top of Teams platform, right? So that why I call my session for today, it's called the Dataverse for Teams. It's actually solely because of the storage. Dataverse is actually formerly known as the Common Data Service, CDS, Common Data Service, but they have renamed that with a new glamorous name, call it Dataverse, which, well, is just like a central universe where all your data can be shared. So that's why they call it Dataverse. It's like a data universe. So they call it Dataverse. So the Dataverse itself is the one that requires Power Platform community, right? Okay, those of you guys, the clients, to invest. Now you can get your Power Apps for your Office 365 free, right? It runs together with the Office 365. You get Power Apps already there, right? As long as you're like E3 or E5, onwards, or your business is not business essentials. I think business standard and above. You do have Power Apps and Power Automate. You can see them there within your Office portal, right? They allow you to build simple apps, doesn't require you to pay for any extra licenses, but depending on your backend storage. Now, let me talk Power Apps first, which I'm going to begin very soon with the first one. The first component I'm going to cover is Power Apps. So, Power Apps allow you to build only simple Canvas apps whereby your data storage is either SharePoint, right? Any cloud services like SharePoint, OneDrive for business, right? Maybe let's say Google Sheets or Google Drive, or even let's say Excel Online. Only these few data sources. If you want to connect to any other data sources, there are well over 500 data sources available. Those are considered premium data sources, which includes their very own Dataverse, right? They don't have Dataverse, right, for Power Apps license that comes standard with Office 365, unless you pay for extra, either the per app or the per user license, right? Then only they will activate the Dataverse for you, in which you must know that Dataverse is a storage that is shareable with even your Dynamics 365 apps and solutions. If you are a Dynamics 365 customer, be it CRM, or finance or operations, or whatsoever type of business solutions that is found under Dynamics 365, you share the same Dataverse storage. Okay, so Power Automate similarly in structure. Okay, because the whole Power Platform requires you to pay for the premium licenses in order for you to access Dataverse. If you just readily use Power Apps and Power Automate that comes with Office 365, you don't need to pay for anything, but you don't get Dataverse. The only way to get Dataverse, right, is Dataverse for Teams. You go inside your Microsoft Teams, you start adding Power Apps, you start adding Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, or Power BI as individual apps integrated into your Teams. Then you get to activate a Dataverse environment, one Dataverse environment allowed per subscription. So that means, for example, in your Office 365 tenancy, you have a single Microsoft Teams there, right? And then you are allowed to build one single Microsoft Teams Dataverse environment for that Teams. That's it. Okay, only one Dataverse environment. As opposed to if you pay for licenses to your Power Apps or Power Automate, you can create different environments, right? For example, maybe one environment for your production, one environment for your testing or development. Okay, so anything that you build in a certain environment can be migrated, can be deployed as a solution into a different environment. For example, you start building your apps, building your flows, or your chatbots, or any other assets in your testing or development environment, right? So that's where you do development, that's where you test it. If it's okay, if you, let's say, maybe you want to deploy that finally, go live, then you can actually package all these assets as a solution, and then you can switch it to your production environment and deploy that solution into your production. And then you get all the assets of your apps, your flows, your chatbots, your Dataverse tables, your storage, everything into the new environment. Okay, now that is provided you pay. But within Microsoft Teams, you don't get like testing or production or whatsoever, because Teams itself is one and only one single environment. That's where they activate a minimal version of a Dataverse, the storage, which is part of your Teams, all right? And then that's only one single storage for a one single deployment. So all your apps, all your flows, all your chatbots, or any other data that you build are all inside Microsoft Teams. It is within an isolated environment and operated within Microsoft Teams. This one, you don't need to pay anything, nothing on top of your existing Microsoft 365. Okay. So we can see this is how you extend your teams with all the low code Power Platform tools. Microsoft would like every one of their clients, right, to be able to test the effectiveness or the productive tools they build called Power Platform. So Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents, Power BI, all these four sibling components of Power Platform are now capable to live within your teams. Okay, and of course, these are just the different screenshots, okay, that I can show you. Power Apps, if you, let's say, for example, you build an app, right, that is how it actually shows you inside your teams. You can see that this thing here, okay, looks like an app that runs within your teams. You know that this is actually Teams. Let me zoom in here. You can see this is actually the screen of your teams, but then this is a Power Apps. Okay, this is the Power App itself that runs within Teams. And then, of course, this is actually how you can even have a flow, for example, an approval flow that will be very, very common, very popular. If you build an approval request flow, it actually runs within Teams in the sense that all this approval is going to be not sent to you through email, but communicated as a in private chat inside your Teams. So rather than delivering approval request, okay, as an email, so they just directly send to you as a chat request through your Teams. So Power Automate has a bot that delivers all this. So you communicate, they talk to you, they send messages to you directly as a DM, a direct message. Okay. Then of course, okay, you can have the bot, okay, that talks to you. This is actually a Power Virtual Agents bot. Depending on how you design, you send messages to the bot, and the bot actually replies you. Now, before I move on, right, okay, it's also, I believe most of you guys have heard of how Microsoft already acquired OpenAI ChatGPT, right? And I'm sure some of you guys are already following the news that Microsoft announced the built-in ChatGPT API. Microsoft actually incorporated into most of their products, which is named Copilot. So they have announced a Copilot for Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and Teams, as well as Power Platform coming your way is the Power Apps Copilot and Power Automate and Power Virtual Agents Copilot. There is no Copilot announced for Power BI yet, but I'm sure that will come pretty soon. All right. Now these are all built-in Chat GPT, the AI API, which Microsoft made it available directly inside their Microsoft 365 and also Power Platform. Now it is being rolled out, okay, in stages. So even we at Genrain here, okay, our Office 365, okay, I haven't seen much yet, so that is why I'm pretty excited, okay, to really anxiously wait for it so that I can come up with my, I can update my courses to introduce all the co-pilots into my future trainings as well. So now what is this? I can briefly tell you about what is Copilot doing. Now, Copilot is a way that you can just talk to or type text to it, and then they will just simplify the whole creation process. Now, since I'm talking about Power Platform, I'm not going to talk about Word or PowerPoint or even Excel and all that. So can you imagine that today in Power Apps, you have to build an app screen by screen. But if you have Power Apps Copilot, you just launch the Copilot like a chat. You just type in there in words, okay? Maybe a brief paragraph. Just tell them that please design me a 10 screen app that allows me to, that allows my user to browse products, that allows them to actually create a new product, edit existing product, and delete, and then please build me a flow that, it's just telling in the form of words. And you know what? The app can be built readily for you so that you can have a full-fledged running app without even clicking anything. All you need to do is to click the prompt inside the chat box, and then you type in all the stories you tell, something like what ChatGPT does, right? And then they will automatically create the full running app for you. Similarly with the Power Automate, you no longer need to drag and drop and create and design your flow. Just tell in words what you want the flow to do. Right? For example, anytime that I receive an email with a PDF attachment, please go in there, extract the PDF attachment, right? Save it into my Google Drive or my OneDrive, right? And read the contents of my PDF, right? And submit that into ChatGPT to paraphrase it or something like that. Can you imagine all the possibilities? You can write out every single thing into the Copilot. The Copilot is going to do all the heavy lifting for you, right? So without having you yourself to do such tasks, but all you need to do to kickstart things is that you just need to tell the Copilot. And of course, the backend is actually ChatGPT, right? But let me tell you one thing. Since I'm also an AI trainer, I train Azure AI. Now it's called Azure Open AI. I've been talking about computer vision. I've been talking about speech to text, text to speech, all right, object detection and all that. Now, one thing, if you are an expert in AI, you will one day always believe that you cannot really trust AI that much. So it's always my responsibility as an AI trainer to tell all my participants that Yes, I'm teaching you about AI here, how to make use of AI to leverage, you leverage on AI to help you, to assist you, so but you don't trust everything that is output by the AI. You still need to review them. You still need to make decision whether or not to accept it. Okay, do not leave 100% full responsibility. Okay, AI is going to do everything for me. AI is going to replace me. One day, I'm just here sitting, standing by with my popcorn in my hands. I'm just going to watch the AI do its work. And I'm going to just accept it wholeheartedly. In which, over the number of years, even way before ChatGPT comes in, much of the AI result that is returned, you still need to review them. I'm not saying that they are not trustworthy. They can be trusted provided you intervene, you decide. Right? That is why I always do not agree that AI stands for artificial intelligence. They should start changing the name of the acronym AI to be assisted intelligence. It's not artificial anymore. It's very, very real. Right? It is real intelligence, yes, but the AI is supposed to be called assisted intelligence. Right? They are assisting us humans. They are not replacing us. Okay. So that is why anything that comes out, those of you who attended my Power BI session before, especially those of you who attended my DAX training, DAX also, today you can just type out in text. Please calculate for me the profit margin for the sales in Asia Pacific alone for year 2019. You don't know how to write the DAX formula, they're going to generate the DAX for you. You can even do similarly with ChatGPT. But when I review the DAX code generated by ChatGPT, they are not entirely optimal. I still need to rewrite that because whatever they churn out is, well, yes, I can use them, no problem, but performance wise, they may not be the best performing code. So I still need to rewrite them. I still need to, you know, um, polish the formula that was generated. So that was my conclusion. Every time I use ChatGPT or whatever it is, okay, that helped me churn out some code or maybe write me a paragraph or something like that. Yeah, I can use those content, yes, but I use them to further customize them, further edit them. I cannot use it outright and hand over and take the result just as it is. So that was my finding right now. I think we are still how many years away from being or from totally trusting the AI. Okay. So all in all, right, we are still anticipating the Copilot to make an appearance in all our Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agents, as well as your Excel, Word, or PowerPoint or Teams. Now, I'm not so sure because everyone here in this training, they are coming from different organizations around the world, right? So I believe that maybe some of you guys can see the Copilot already emerging in your organization. Tell me about it if you can see the Copilot already appearing, right? If not, well, it's okay. But those of you who can see, yeah, I got my Copilot already. It already, been released to my organization because Microsoft needs to release them stages, in stages, in different regions, in different subscriptions. Okay, my organization's Office 365 is attached to my certification, so I subscribe to early release. I'm not on a standard release, so usually I'll get it before other people gets it. But since I haven't get it yet, and also I believe most of the customers here in APAC region are yet to receive it. All right. So because I'm on the early or the beta release deployment, so my subscription will usually get it first. Okay. But anyway, stay tuned because usually once I got my Copilot or whatever, I will announce it in my LinkedIn. Okay. And of course, Power BI and all that. So this is my last slide before, not really my last slide, my second last slide before I start showing you guys Power Apps and all that. Licensing options, as you can see on the left-hand side, okay, it's the box here, the left-hand side part here. Green color, included at no additional cost for Microsoft Teams customers. That's something glad that we want to hear. That's whereby we are able to add the Dataverse for Teams to any team. But only one thing for sure, this storage, right? They only allow up to 1 million records for each team out of the box. This is for each team. So it supports high volume. See, they consider high volume because when they started this, right, it's only a 100,000 rows, right? The tables that you can build inside your Dataverse for each of the team, but okay, in your Microsoft Teams only supports 100,000 rows, but they have hence upgraded it to 1 million rows. Okay, so you are allowed to use any Power Apps, any chatbots, and automations backed by your Dataverse for Teams, and in which you see in bold embedded in Teams on any platform. So all existing, including Power Platform capabilities and only standard connectors. Okay, and it is able to surface any APIs managed inside your Azure to users embedded in your Teams apps as well. So it's not just a Power Platform like Power Apps, Power Automate, or Power Virtual Agents and all that, but even any Azure API. So you can see that it mentions it APIM. APIM stands for API management actually. So those Azure customers, if you have APIM, so any APIs that you manage to store inside your Azure APIM, so you can even expose that to your Dataverse for Teams. Okay, but one day if we find that this Dataverse, right, it's well quite useful, quite cool, and you want a fuller experience, a full enterprise solution whereby, for example, you want a standalone Power Apps. You want to take out the Power Apps you build, which is embedded in Teams, but now you want to take it out and you want to run that Power Apps standalone on your phone or on your tablets, or even the Power Automate flows. You want it to run against all your enterprise solutions. Then you need to upgrade them. Then it gives you the full Dataverse storage, not just restricted to 1 million records, but it is up to hundreds of megabyte, even into terabytes, depending on the range of your subscription, right? So it also gives you all access to the premium connectors. For example, even accessing SAP data, Oracle, IBM, and whatsoever, right? Because the Dataverse for Teams only allow you to access standard connectors. So what are standard connectors? Let me tell you again. Standard connectors are once again SharePoint online, okay? OneDrive for business, any files like Excel or whatever you upload to OneDrive for business, which includes Excel Online and even Google Drive. All right. So these are the only few types of connectors available under standard. Anything else outside of it will be considered premium. You need to pay. Some people ask me, what about SQL Server? I'm sure some of you guys are having this question in your head. Well, I say, yeah, even though SQL Server is their own Microsoft database server, but that's also regarded as a premium. I'm so sorry. Okay, I don't know why am I apologizing to you guys. Well, and anyway, that's supposed to be Microsoft apologizing to you all, right? But anything other than what I've mentioned, they are all premium. No questions asked. Okay, SharePoint Online, Excel Online, OneDrive for Business, Google Drive. These are the few things only which is standard. Anything that I mentioned outside of this list, they are considered premium and you need to pay. Okay. So standalone premium apps, bots, automations, all this is when you upgrade. If you don't want to upgrade, you still can live with those things inside your Microsoft Teams, then you don't need to pay any additional cost. Right. So now, depending on which department you're from, this is my last slide talking about Teams plus your Power Platform operating for any department. So this is just to give you some suggestion here. I kind of like compiled this from the Microsoft's official white paper. So marketing, okay, let's say in the marketing department, what are the opportunities that you can get? So you can manage your product update process from receiving customer feedback to sharing product guidance with your sales team, right? This is also allows you to plan and execute any marketing campaigns and track your outcomes all inside your teams, but together with all your Power Platform components. But if you're working for the sales department, so it allows you to easily create and manage your sales leads from directly your chat. And you can even keep your entire sales teams informed about the latest product details and promotions, which are from maybe the marketing team. So the marketing and the sales, they can collaborate. If you're working for the HR department, so, well, ideas would be like you can onboard new hires and share helpful resources, such as maybe the employee handbook or whatever types of information for new hires. You can even coordinate organization wide crisis communications, right? You can manage your employee learning with tailored resources if you have an L&D department, okay? You can manage your candidate recruitment life cycle, right? Maybe you can automate that using your Power Automate flows within your teams, okay? For project management, you can create or update project details and track progresses. You can manage your scrums with remote teams and streamline your task assignment and tracking. You can streamline approvals and all that, okay? That is actually for project management, right? Customer service, you can manage and track the customer service call process. Well, I'm not here to read all these things for you all, right? But you can see that every single department, whichever department that you're coming from, you might have ideas that you can use with Teams plus Power Platform for any department. All right. So I may want to kind of like, let's see if I can just do a quick screenshot of this. Okay. And then I'm going to share it into the meeting chat. So at least you guys can have, yeah, you open up that even though it's a screenshot, okay, but anyway, you can zoom in and you can read this whole slide here. Okay. Well, that's all for my simple few slides just to do my introduction to Power Platform capabilities here. So whatever it is, right, okay, I do not want to waste time. We need to actually go directly into my workshop here. So what I'm going to talk about right now here, right, like I said, that I need to do a little bit of setup now. Since this is a full one-day training, now for those of you who intend to follow my lead, want to follow my training, right? So what I want you all to do, right, is, okay, you need to prepare an Office 365 subscription. Okay, so what I want you to do, right? For example, I do not want you all to do this training, right, that will affect your organization. Like for example, right now, how am I going to demonstrate my Teams, right, in which I am already connected to Teams right now in this training, right? I'm using Microsoft Teams right now. So of course, I can actually launch my Microsoft Teams here, all right, on top of running this, training through this Teams meeting, okay? So I can actually go and include, let's say in my apps here, what I have here. So you can see that Power Platform, that directly, uses your organization's Microsoft Teams, but that's not what I want to do. Okay. Instead, right, okay, I want to create a subscription, a dummy subscription, which is using an Office trial. You know that Office 365 gives you a full 30 days trial, whether E3 or E5. So that's what I intend to get you guys going on here. I do not want you to do this training, right, okay, that will affect your production, your current organization's teams and all that. I want to use everything built right out from the browser. So now speaking of browser also, you can see I'm using Microsoft Edge here, okay? Or you can use Chrome if you're a Chrome fan. Now I'm using Microsoft Edge because of my built-in Bing chat with Chat GPT kind of thing already built into here. But that's not my point, right? For those of you who are using any of your browser, listen carefully, guys. I want you all to launch an in-private browser. Or if you're a Google Chrome fan, it's called incognito. Because you know why? Because you see, if I were to use my normal Edge, I type office.com, I would have already automatically signed into my Genrain Office 365. I don't want that. Okay, there's a reason why I want you all to click the triple dot right now here. You can see new in-private window. Launch this one, the black one. If you are a Google Chrome guy, right, you'll right click on Chrome and you can see new incognito window. This is Google Chrome incognito. It's like a spy. It's always black color. Okay. You know what's in private or incognito, right? It's actually a new browser that will not remember anything that you do here. No cookies, nothing. Okay. And this allows you to also create a new account, sign in a different account that will not affect your normal browser, which you already sign in with your organization account. So I want you to go to office.com. Let's go to www.office.com. Now, if you can't follow me, hang on, it says can't reach this page. Okay, hang on. I will be sharing the link for you all to do it. Now you can see introducing Copilot. Apparently Copilot is already here. Are they here already? I'm not going to find out yet, okay, because it says learn more here. I don't think so. They're just announcing that only. So now I'm going to get Office, Microsoft 365, but actually I want Office. So under more here, I'm going to go to products for enterprise. I will look at for pricing for enterprise. You hang on for a second. Now, depending on which country you're from, but I would like to use ENUS. You see, even though I'm based in Malaysia, switch to Malaysia English, right? I'll still stay in United States English. So which means I want to look at it in US dollar, right? Because we may have a lot of people joining in from different countries, right? I remember there are signups also from different countries, maybe from Singapore, from India, from Brazil. I remember that. So no matter which country you're from, that is why I'll just use standard US dollar. So let me copy. Hang on. I want Office 365, not the full Microsoft 365. Let me copy this link for you all. So it makes it easy for you to. Now, I do not want you all to click the link, yeah, because when you click the link, it's going to open up in your normal browser, right? Now, let me share this, right? When you see this link that I've shared to you here, right, you right-click on this link, you copy link, okay? You right-click on the link, copy link, and then you paste it in your incognito browser here, your in-private browser, all right? Please do that. Okay, copy the link that I shared to you in this Teams meeting chat. Right-click, don't click on it. Right-click, copy the link. After you copy, and then you move to your, in private browser here, paste it, and you come to this page. So you can see only Office 365 E1, okay, E3. Actually, you see it says try for free for many, unless you're in let's say your own country, version. For example, if I go into not ENUS, I change the browser here, ENUS, I change to ENMY, English Malaysia. Now, then you will see it's all going to be in Malaysia ringgit. So for today, right, okay, Office here, right? So you can see I just stay in Malaysia English. So you can see that they allow you to try for free, try for free, try. You can try for free for every one of these subscriptions. Last time I remember they only allow you to try for free for E3 and E5, right? But today you try for free for every single one subscription. Okay. So now if you can see here, right now, let me just get back to US, ENUS. I don't want ENMY. Okay. It's back to my US dollar. It's all in US dollar here, right? Now, since E5 is the highest, right? Okay, I think my internet, it's I don't know, sometimes it's a bit weak here. Hang on. Let me just stay in English United States. So I can see E5 here, try for free. Look at that, this one. I'm going to use E5, the highest one, since I can get for free anyway, trial 30 days. I click try for free. So it's going to open up a new tab here. Hope that they're not going to ask you for your credit card, because I remember Office 365 E5 trial. You can see that they give you 25 user licenses during the trial. In order to avoid charges canceled by this one at the, okay. Now, I think they have already suppressed the trials, not like last time. I believe they're going to ask you for your credit card, And some of you guys are talking about even keep on. Okay, now this is also something because I see that some of you guys who share your screenshot, apparently, right, okay, you can see that they are redirecting to your some of the link that they are trying to check whether you're a bot or not. So yeah, they keep on saying that it keeps loading, right? So for those of you who are in your organization now, there might be a challenge for you, because if you're trying to subscribe for something extra, and if you're on your company network, I'm not so sure whether your IT included some of the policies, okay, that will restrict you from subscribing. And furthermore, if I go down here, right, I can see in order to avoid charges, cancel by May the 9th, right? That means it's only 1 month. You see, today it's actually 10th of April. So this is actually in 1 month. So that means I believe they're going to ask you for your credit card, information. See, payment info and finish. Look at that. So this trial, right, today they're going to ask you for your credit card. And this is going to be really, really dangerous because your credit card will be charged if you forget to go and cancel your subscription before the ending. All right. So now we have come to a crossroad. I'm not so sure how many of you guys, since we got a lot of people in this training, I'm not so sure how many of you guys will be able to get this trial up and running, especially if you're in your organization's network. Maybe you will be hampered by your IT policy. You may not be able to sign up, okay, readily, right? Don't have to try for free. Wait, don't have try for free. Okay, because that's Microsoft 365, I believe. Hang on, You're supposed to be Office 365, all right? Because you just now you were at here, okay? So I've shared to you the link. It's called Office 365. You see, mine says Office 365. It's not Microsoft 365. Microsoft 365, no trial, only Office 365. If you are there in this page, right, okay, you will need to click on the sidebar here. Okay, I believe right just now you guys were here there. Microsoft, I don't have try for free as well. So on the side here, on the left-hand side, you can see Office 365 for Enterprise. Right? So when you click Office 365 for Enterprise, then you come to Office 365. Then you have all these try for free. Now, please do take note as well. Now, for those of you who are able to sign up the trial, all right, you need to prepare your credit card. Right? They're going to lock $1 on your credit card for 30 days. And please ensure that you go and cancel the subscription towards the end of the month or of the 30-day period. If you've forgotten to do that, right? But don't worry about that. I will remind you all how to actually, not get accidentally exceeding that 1 month and then they're going to charge your credit card. You can actually go and cancel the subscription, okay, and then just avoid or even sort of like avoid paying or you delete your credit card information. Okay, but your credit card is going to be held for $1. So I'm not so sure how many of you guys are ready to, put in your credit card information. Some of you guys might be thinking, maybe can we use our organization's Microsoft Teams to do that? We just create a simple team, right? That is a private team so that I don't get my organization to see it, so that you can demonstrate how we can get that team, the Dataverse for Teams, so that we can actually save time not to use this, activate this trial, right? So I am trying also to save the time here. So my suggestion is, I think I'm not going to proceed with the activation of trial because you know why? It's because of this. Because last time I remember they don't want your credit card information, but today you can see the final stage here, it says payment info and finish, right? So I believe maybe if you guys want to activate trial, I can run you through this, okay? So let me just show you quickly, those of you who intend to go for trial. There, in this Office 365, remember the link I've shared to you? The link will bring you to Office 365, not Microsoft 365, yeah? Okay. If you have the link, you can see the link there, right? But just in case you guys are still stuck here in Microsoft 365, you're still stuck here at Microsoft 365 without the try for free. On the left-hand side here, you can see Office 365 or Enterprise. Right? Click here, Office 365. You are looking for Office, not Microsoft. So now I can see Office 365. You got E1, you got E3, you got E5. And you can see all the try for free already. Then you can click the last one. I want the highest one. Since you give me free, of course, I'm not so stupid. I go for the highest one, E5. Then try for free. You click the link, you will get up to here. A new tab will appear. Okay. All right. So business basic, right? I believe business basic, you may not have the feature, because if you were to talk about the business, the products, let's see, let me just try to look at business for you all. If you're on business basic, you may not have that. A business basic subscription, as you can see, you only get this, only the standard Office. You don't even have Power Apps, Power Automate, and all those things, right? So you need to have at least premium. If I'm not mistaken, right, your let's see, your, let me just kind of look at it. Hang on, yeah, teamwork and communication for teams. I think, hang on, Power Apps, Power Automate, all that. I think for business apps, right? I don't see the icon for. Hang on, I think I just need to expand all here and let me just kind of like match where are the available Power Apps, Power Automate, because they have actually updated their licenses recently. So tools for you to build list teams. Hang on. These are all standard available, but they don't talk about the Power Platform and all that. For business basic users, right? If you sign into your Office 365 portal, do you see Power Apps and Power Automate? I doubt so, because I remember for business, right, you need premium and above. That means like if you go to your office.com, right, just now when you sign in, do you get, for example, let me just try to open up a browser. So if you go to my office.com, if you have Microsoft Teams, okay, should be, you can actually try it later on, okay, hang on. So if you click on here, right, you should see all apps. Under all apps, right, your Power Apps and Power Automate. If you can see it there, right, that means, okay, you do have Power Apps and Power Automate already built into your Business Basic. That means Microsoft has actually opened it up for you. And since you got Teams, right, I believe when you have a team, you will be able to activate your Dataverse for Teams. No issues. But the only thing that you need to be aware of, right, is that if you're using your company account, I'm not so sure whether you may be able to have are you the main administrator that allows you to build all that or not? Okay, but you can try to actually activate, because all of us are going to build a Teams anyway, all right? So you will need to build your own team inside Microsoft Teams, make it private so that all your organization people, right, cannot see it, all right? So if you're using your own company's, your own organization subscription, because you might be thinking that I do not want to create a trial anymore because the trial needs my credit card and all that, right? So anyway, if you are still pursuing to signing up Office 365 E5 trial, then you put in your email. Now this email here, you don't put in your work or school email. You put in your free email, your outlook.com, your gmail.com, a Microsoft free email. For example, I will put in my outlook.com email, right? Then when you click next, they will tell you that, hey, this one looks like you need to create a new account. Okay, so you can set up an account, right? Key in a free Microsoft account, right? You can try your gmail.com or your yahoo.com or whatever. If you put in your work account, then they'll tell you, hey, you already got Office 365. Please sign in. You do not want that. The reason right now is that you do not want to use your organization account, right? So put in your free email address and they will get you to set up an account. So you click set up account. Now this is where you need to tell Microsoft about yourself. So you can put in your first name. Let's say I put in my name, last name. Now your business phone number here, right? You can put in a dummy one. Okay, you can put in a dummy business phone number. Usually I put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. All right. A company name. So this one is a fictional company name. You can try to think of any fictitious company name. Put in some form of a company name. I'm just going to put in, let's say, GRCXDFT, something like that. Okay, this company name, I just put it for my GRC Express training. DFT means Dataverse for Teams, something like that. I just put in this company name. Company size, I just simply choose 10 to 24 people. All right. Country or region, I maintain United States. I'm not going to switch to where I am right now. Okay. Anyway, this is going to be 30 days. Now, I would like Microsoft to share my information with select partners. No, I don't want that. I can click next. For business phone number, key in a dummy one, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, no problem. Company name, think of one dummy name, whatever name you like. This name is no problem, but later on, when they ask you for a domain name, your domain name must be unique. See, when you click next here, right? Yeah, tell us about yourself. So in this case, they're going to text you with a verification code. Now, I'm going to drag this out a bit here so that I'm going to put in my phone number. You need to put in your phone number, even though it starts with US, okay, but you can actually put in your real phone number because they need to deliver an SMS to you with the verification code. So please put in your real phone number here. So hang on, I'm just going to get my verification code through my text message. Okay, I got my text message here. Let me just put in here. Click verify. Okay, I've got it verified. So once I verify, I'm now in this next stage here. So I'm going to stand by here for a while. Now, this is only for those of you who intend to follow me and obtain a trial, because you might be thinking, yeah, I am worried if I use my organization account, even though I can create a Teams, later on, there are certain steps which I may not be able to do. Because sometimes if you're part of your organization, your IT might have restricted your permission to certain apps or whatsoever. Later on, you'll be hampered. Your exercise experience will be hampered. You may not be able to follow me, you see. So that is why yeah, obtaining a trial will be good, but you need to get ready your credit card. Okay, don't worry about that. Once you get ready your credit card, you key in also, but I will show you immediately how you can cancel your I mean, you can avoid getting charged. Even though you forget you forget to cancel the subscription, because you see it's 30 days. Don't talk about 30 days. 2 weeks from now, right? You might not be able to remember that you have this office trial, you see, because of we are all busy people, right? So don't worry. After this, I'll show you how you can avoid getting charged right up until the end of the 30 days trial. So if you are okay to provide your credit card details, but not to me, yeah, of course, sorry, don't misunderstand there. You're not providing your credit card details to me, but if you don't mind to provide your credit card information to Microsoft here for the payment method thingy, all you need to do, I'll show you how to remove your payment method later on. Okay. I don't know why, but Microsoft last time doesn't need credit card information, and they will give you readily 1 month free. But I guess they have actually invested heavily in OpenAI, pay billions of dollars, to OpenAI. So now they need a lot of money. So anyway, those of you who reach here, how do you sign in now? Remember, this is going to be your new email address for this Office 365 trial. If you cannot remember any of this, I cannot help you. If you forget your password, it's okay. You can still get it back, but provided you cannot forget your username. Your username, as you can see here, the name, I'm going to change it, no need too long. I just put in my Gerald here, all lowercase, Gerald and you can see it's a .onmicrosoft.com. So they ask you to choose a domain name. So my domain name, right, they take from my company name just now, my fictional company name. I'll proceed with a lowercase GRCXDFT. When I click save here, then that means it's available. If you click save and they give you a red color arrow, say that, oh, the domain name has been taken. That means someone else out there is using that email domain. So you must put in a domain name that is unique. In my case, I put grcxdft.onmicrosoft.com, which is unique. So please ensure that you jot down your username. That means your own name, your username, the domain name .onmicrosoft.com. Like, a lot of people cannot remember this. Okay, those of people who join my Power Platform training, sometimes I get them to activate a trial, and in their trial, day one, let's say it's a 3 days training, right? Day one, I teach them how to sign this. Then day two, they've forgotten already. They cannot even remember their username. If the username cannot remember, I'm so sorry, you got to activate another trial, right? So that is why please jot this down, right? And then please key in your password. Okay, so I'm going to put in my password. Make sure that you remember this. Username is the most important thing. I cannot help you, seriously, frankly tell you. If you forget your password, but you can still remember username, they can still deliver and allow you to change your password. But username and domain name also forget. This one, God also cannot help you. Right? You have to recreate another new trial. You burn again, one trial. So please remember all this information. All right. If you're ready, you click next. So there, they are creating the account for you. Please do not refresh the page. They're turning right now. They're signing you in and they're activating your Office 365 E5. And there you go. See, first month is free. Can you see that? They're asking you for payment info right now. It will cost me $38 per user per month. So quantity I buy is 1, maximum of 25 during trial. They give you 25 trial, but at the end of the 1 month trial, they're gonna actually charge your credit card, right, for one license, $38, right? Subtotal is $38 as you can see. So yearly plan, paid monthly after trial. Before tax is $38. So they force you to add your payment method here. You see, when you click add payment method, they're gonna ask you for your credit card information. There you go. So these information, right, you got no choice. Okay, you got to enter it. All right. In which after this, right, I'm going to teach you how to, not get charged if you're okay with this. If you're not okay with this, right, then you got to turn back. Then you got to use your own organization account. Okay. So let me drag this window out because I'm going to fill up my credit card information. So just give me a second. So the trial and all that, I'll need to switch back to my English Malaysia. So let me, now how do you switch to your own country, right? You need to pay attention to the URL. At the top here, in the URL, right, there's an en-us, this portion. So I'm just going to change my the dash US to en-my. So those of you, let's say, for example, you're from Singapore, you're going to change it to en-sg, So whichever country you're from, you need to set that locale there. So when I change it to en-my, then I can get RM, Ringgit Malaysia. So I'm just going to say stay in Malaysia, English, and I'm going to click on try for free. Again, one more time. Sign in with, okay, you are signed in with this already. So I'm just going to continue. This account already exists with another service, continue purchase and all that. So yeah, I'm just going to continue purchase. So let's see what will happen because they know that they have created this user for me. I'm just going to click continue. You should be actually given, once you have actively subscribed, right, you'll be redirected to the same page here, Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You should be the administrator already, right? And you should be brought into Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and you should be able to see your licenses. If you're not in the licenses, you should be able to see your users, active user. You should be seeing one active user. You can see your name here. In my case, my license is unlicensed. I haven't buy anything here. Right, so once you have successfully activated your trial, you should get this, okay, up to here, Microsoft 365 Admin Center. I will demonstrate, okay, right at the end today, how I can go into Microsoft 365 Admin Center, okay, and then I'll teach you how to revoke that license. Yes, okay, those of you who show me the screenshot, I think, hang on, let me just see. Okay, Lycan, I think, yeah, when you come up to that install, you don't need to install. Can you see that right at the bottom there, right? You can see bottom right-hand side, right? Apart from continue, there is one exit setup or something like that. Click on exit, you skip everything there. Once you come to the page of install Office 365, I don't think so you need to install. You have everything already. It's just that you want to get a trial cloud account only. So on the bottom right-hand side, pay attention, there's something there's a link called exit, something like that. Please exit it. So those of you who have successfully activated and you have got your trial, once you exit, you'll be brought to your Office 365 itself. So my case right now, I'm going to use my own Gemrain account in this case. Okay, so you should be brought to your account here. And then you know what? Once you have gotten your Office 365, now since we are using the Teams app, I'm not so sure how many of you guys are using your Teams app joining in this training. Some of you guys are joining the training using your Teams web, all right? But I'm using my Teams app, you see. So what gives me available is I can access my Teams web here. I can click my Microsoft Teams, start going to Teams first. Remember, we do not need to add any licenses and whatsoever. Just get your trial already. Then you can log into your Teams. So those of you with your Office trial, right? Again, go to your office.com where you can access all your apps here. I want you to launch Teams on the web here. When they ask you get and download the desktop app, you don't need to download anything because your desktop app right now is running this Teams training, this particular GRCX training. So I'm going to use my Teams web. It's not loading anyway. Okay, so I'm signing into my Teams web, as you can see here. Right, and I'm going to my Teams. I can see my Teams here. This is my production team and all that. So I'm not going to affect anything to my production team. So now I want you to click join or create a team. At the bottom there, you can create a team. This is the most important thing. So that, and one more thing that I want you guys to take note is that we're going to create a private team. So just in case some of you guys also follow me as in, forget about activating a trial. I don't want a trial. I give up already because it's too tedious, too time consuming, and I am not comfortable to use my credit card. All right. So you want to use your company's your organization. Fine. You can create a team, but make sure it's a private team so that none of your other colleagues, right, can see, hey, how come suddenly you got a new team and they come into your team? And you do not want any artifacts in this training to affect your production. So you create a private team. Okay. I'm also trying to create a private team and hopefully that you don't eat into my organization's quota. Okay. All right. Once you are in your teams here, to cancel auto subscription. Okay, let me see. These payment methods. Yes, correct. If you are going to cancel all subscription, right, you cannot remove your payment method yet, because you can see, okay, that your credit card, right, okay, is set to active because your credit card, the only one single payment method, right, is still being used. So in order for you to be able to cancel it, you need to go to your licenses. Okay, you don't go to the payment method yet, right? Because right now you can see your payment method, right? If you delete, they will tell you, oh, I'm so sorry, you cannot delete because that's the only payment method, right, that is actively used by one subscription. Okay, if you choose to delete, they're going to ask you to again add a different payment method before you can delete the current one. So you can't delete your payment method yet. You go to your licenses. Let me kind of show you how to do that. Even though I'm on my, on my own Microsoft 365, I'll go to my admin center just now. This is my Gemrain account, so not to worry. Now, you go to your billing here. Under billing, you can see licenses. You click licenses. So you should be able to see, right? Okay, now in my case, I've got many licenses here, part of my organization. You can see your Office 365. There's only one license called Office 365 E5. You click the license. You'll come up to here. They'll show you 24 available, one already used, correct or not? Okay, click your licenses. You see only one license, click inside. Then you see manage subscription details. The main title of your license here. You can see this link here, manage subscription details. Click on it. Go to your manage subscription details. Can you see this? Can you see that there is one called recurring billing there? renew whatever, right? You edit the recurring billing, change it no to no recurring. Change it. Make sure that it doesn't recur. But please don't cancel, because when you cancel, then you don't cancel now, of course, right? So as long as the billing do not recur, then your credit card will not get charged. Okay. Are you able to edit the recurring billing? You click here, edit recurring billing. You can see that off. You can turn off like this. Either on renew once or on renew yearly or off. You see, so you put it off here. Turn off and you click save, right? That is how you turn off recurring, so that it will expire. Once it expires, they don't charge you. So at least your credit card is safe right now, even though your payment method is there. So let me check your screenshot. Recurring billing off, so it expires on May the 10th. Yes, correct. So make sure that it stays off. When it comes to May the 10th, it will expire immediately. It would not charge you and it would not renew. That is an indication, okay, that it will not renew. Okay, good, very good. Okay, cool. So those of you who are done there, right now, immediately please log into your Teams, open up your Teams. Those of you who are just on trial also, please use Teams on the web. I want to do everything in your browser, right? Click this, okay, click the apps there, and then click Teams, launch Teams. If they ask you to download and install the desktop app, now just say continue using the web instead. Just use the web version. Have your Teams inside the web version. Then at the bottom, go to your Teams here. At the bottom there, click join or create a team. Let's create a team. Okay, click here, create team. And from scratch, I want you to create a team from scratch. And there you go. It cannot be public, it cannot be org-wide. I want you to create a private team, so that especially those of you who are using your organization's account, all right, you have already abandoned your intention to do the trial, just like me lah. I think it's too time consuming. I do not want to waste time. So I now switch back to my own Gemrain account, okay, my own organization's account, but I have to create a private team, right? Click private team and give the team a name. So let's give a team a name. So let me see what name to give. You can try to think of a name to give lah, because since it's actually for training, right? So maybe I just call it training, or I just call it GRCX will do. GRCX. This is our training here right now, GRCX series. I just call it GRCX. I just click create. That's it. And of course, you're not going to add your colleagues in there, because the next thing you're going to do is add members to GRCX. I'm just going to skip it. Just click skip. You're the only one in there, because here in this one-day training, right, you're just going to learn how to create these apps, embed it, and that's it, right? So any members of the team, of course, they are able to use your app, but we don't need to experience that right now. So click skip. And there we go. I've created a new team in my case, called GRCX. And it is a private team. All right. No one in your organization is going to be able to come in unless you add them as a member. As long as you don't add anyone in there, no one is going to be able to discover your team. Okay. So now I'm not going to use my production team. I've got my GRCX team here. Now in this team right now, what we're going to look at is, let us discover the apps. Now on the left-hand side here, right, you can see I've got apps here. Hang on, let me just unpin this. So you click this apps here. When you click the apps, this is where all the apps, hundreds and hundreds of partner apps and all that available to Microsoft Teams. Now I want you to search for the word power. Can I type power? And there you go. I can show you already here. Power BI is there, Power Automate, Power Apps, and Power Virtual Agents. These are the 4 power siblings of Power Platform that are made available to your teams. Let us add Power Apps first. This is our first topic right now. Let's click Power Apps. Can you see Power Apps? You search power here. You can see all the power, every power here. I want, first of all, Power Apps. Click on Power Apps. All right. And you can see add. Now, the drop down here, when you click add, right, you will add this throughout your entire teams. But when you click drop down here, you can see add to a team. So you add Power Apps only to a specific team, not to the entire organization. So for testing purposes, guys, especially those not using trial like me, I'm not using trial. I got fed up with the sign up because I find it too time wasting. So I do not want to add globally throughout my entire organization. I want to add to a team. So click the drop down here, add to a team. Those of you who have successfully activated a trial, you are not worried it will do anything to your organization. You can click the big add button. But in my case, I'm going to click the drop down, add to a team. So then you choose the team, which team that you want to add. I'm going to add it to my GRCX team, the one with the general channel. There you go. So it will be the team name and then the channel called general. Remember, every team that you create in your teams, you get a default channel called general. All right. So I'm going to put it into my GRCX team. I click setup. Now you can see set up a tab or set up a bot. I just click generally setup. No need to click the drop down. I just say setup here. So they're going to set up and install Power Apps to your team. So there, you can see that it's asking me to choose from an existing app. I just click here, in this case, not post to a channel about this tab. No need to post to a channel. Don't post anything to a channel. Every time, please pay attention to some tick mark here or check box here, right? So post to the channel about this tab. I don't want to post anything, but I want to create an app in Power Apps. So I click create an app in Power Apps. Click here. So now they're going to bring you to a new screen here. There you go. Getting things ready. They're going to create an app for you. So just click close first. They say feel free to close this window. We'll email you when everything is ready. So it's okay. I just click close. So this is the screen that I want you guys to see. Can you see Power Apps is already now on the sidebar? Okay. Power Apps is on the sidebar. In fact, actually, I can use my Power Apps here, my desktop app. In my desktop app right now, I can go to Teams, right? I can see my GRCX team as well. This is my desktop app, okay? But anyway, I'm not going to use my desktop app. It's okay, no problem. Let me close this. I'm using my web version. I want similar experience with you all. So your Power Apps is already here. Now, what you can do is that you can right-click, you can pin this app to the sidebar. Okay. If you don't pin later on, right, they will be hidden and you will end up clicking the triple dot and Power Apps will find inside here. You understand what I mean? All right. So let me just hang on, this public schedule. Let me just uninstall here. I don't need this anyway. Okay. So anyway, Power Apps is on the sidebar and you're looking at Power Apps, but within Microsoft Teams. Can you see that? Okay. So make sure that you guys have got Power Apps. Now, if you're scared of losing Power Apps here, you can right-click Power Apps and pin them. So when you pin, they are pinned together like this. Just like your activity, your chat, your Teams, your calendar, your calls, your files. So Power Apps is pinned directly here. Okay. All right. So now, our lab exercise, I'm just going to show you, I just want to show you one simple example of what kind of app I can build, right, inside my Teams. So now I intend to actually create an app, right, that is to do home office setup, something like that. Is to request to buy something, for example, buy a monitor, buy a furniture, buy a new USB headset or whatsoever. Okay, so now what we can do right now here is to start designing an app. Okay, once we got a Teams Microsoft apps here already created, let's create a new app. So now click start now. You can see start now here. And they're going to ask you for an app. So select a theme for this app. So this app you are bound to create will be for which team. You see, every time they're going to ask you for a team, you must pick a team. Of course, I'm going to choose my GRCX team. That's my private team that I created for this training, which I can delete this team later on. So I'm going to click GRCX here, and I'm going to click on create. Now, in my case, when I click on start now, when I choose my GRCX team, I'm able to see this designer. Now, those of you guys, right, okay, it says still loading. Now, what you can do, I can guide you, is you refresh your entire browsers itself. This Microsoft Teams, you click refresh like this, refresh. Okay, refresh your Teams, because since Teams is a web, right? You're using Teams web, so refresh it. Okay. Then you click on Power Apps. Make sure that you're back to Power Apps here with the Start Now button. Now you click Start Now, and let's see. You make sure you choose your private team that you just created. In my case, GRCX, I choose that and click Create. And make sure you are able to see this, because sometimes it gets stuck. You should come to the screen where they ask you to name your app. Page here. Okay, you're able to see this, right? Now let's create our new app. Okay, what is it going to be called? Okay, so let's call it, let me zoom in so you can see better. I call it Home Office Setup. So it's an app to help us request for home office setup, let's say. All right, so just click on save. All right, click on save. All right, now take note. Now this is going to be the screen that you will see. The default layout of your app, which is for Teams, will be a tablet form factor. Remember, there are two types of canvas form factor, either phone, which is portrait, tablet is landscape. So currently you can see that our layout, the screen is in landscape mode. Landscape means tablet. Okay, portrait is for phone. So every time when they use the word either phone or tablet, doesn't mean that the app is only for phone, cannot be browsed by a tablet, or only for tablet but not for phone. Actually, any app can be browsed on your phone or tablets, but just that the orientation can be either portrait or landscape. Tablet always refer to the landscape orientation, and phone is referring to a portrait orientation. Okay, so this is actually defaulted to a landscape orientation. If you build Power Apps Canvas using a standalone Power Apps, not inside Teams, the default is always a phone orientation. But right now, it's a tablet form factor. Okay. Now, what we're going to do here right now is, okay, we are going to look at this default screen one. See, it gives us screen one here. All right. And then here in this case, in the screen, they say, start this screen either with data or you start with the layout. Now, please take note that I want to start with data. We need to design our data storage. Remember, Dataverse has been created for us. That means, okay, we do have Dataverse. The Dataverse for Teams, right, is getting ready, right, for you to be able to create one or more tables to store your simple data. Now, how do we do that? We can click on with data here. Just click with data, and they ask you to select a data source. Can you see that now in the data source, right? Current tables, you see under the current environment, I've got the Dataverse. You can see that they also show you all the Dataverse tables. I can see, click on see all tables. These are all the Dataverse tables which are given to us. These are all system tables, you know, tables which are part of your Dataverse for Teams, right? They do have a table to store users as well, system jobs, you see, tours, they're users. All the tables here to store system objects, system information, right? But I can still click on create new table here. Another way to do it, right, is that you don't click with data here, but on the left-hand sidebar, you can see there's a cylinder, data. Click on cylinder. Here also can create new table. You can create a table to set up your database. So I advise you all, right, okay, to be more focused, is that you go to the sidebar here, rather than here now showing you the screen, look at it, there's this button, which is a cylinder. Click on the cylinder button, you're looking at your data. Here you can click create new table. So let us create a new table. Give the table a name. So I want the table, right, to be called request. So this is a table that stores requests. Every new request will be stored as a record in this table. All right. So no need to click any of the advanced settings or whatever. Just click create. And once the table is created, they will show you a designer, a dialog. See this dialog called edit table. And a request table right now will become requests. It will be in plural. Just now I type in request, singular. The plural name is generated for you. Okay, and they always start with a first column called name column. Name column, it's a required column. All right. Now we can start creating more columns. There are 4 more columns actually here. You can see name is a primary column. There are 4 more columns that are not shown here called created on, modified by, and who's the owner. But it's okay. I don't want to show that out yet. I just only want to show name here. All right. But I want to click the plus sign here, right, to add on more custom columns. Right. We are designing our database right now. Yeah. The table. So click new column. I want a request number. Remember, it's like an ID. I call it request NO. Here, display name. Request number. And the data type, I want it to be an auto number. You can search for auto and you can see auto number. There you go. Auto number. So the rest, I will just, make it default. I'm not going to change anything. So the request auto number, I've said auto number means they're going to automatically assign. So it will be a 4-digit number. Seed value is 1000. So it'll be 1000, 1001, 1002, and onwards. That's the default. Okay, so that's actually something like an ID, right? So every record, there will be the request number that acts as an ID that is 4 digits. Seed value start with 1000, and they will auto increment with 1001, 1002, and onwards. Just click save, guys. Just click save. So I've got a new request number. The data type is auto number. So I can have an ID column that automatically generates itself. Okay, let's add another new column. Click the plus sign. This time it's going to be called comments or remark. I just call it comments. And data type, it's text will do. Okay, text. Text here, right, okay, will be a single line of text. Okay, single line of text. Format is text. Yep. It's optional, no problem. It's just comments. Just click on save. It's for people to type in a remark whenever they create a request. I've got a remark called comments. And I want to also envision an approval for a request. So I'm going to add another column called approval status. Approval status, like this. Now, approval status, it will be a choice. That means it's going to have a drop down, right? So the data type drop down here, right? I want to look for a choice. Choice, right, is either yes or no, or I've got a choice. It's not just yes or no. The choice I want, right, to have approved or rejected and all that. So I'm going to choose a choice. Okay. And when you choose a choice right now, do you want to sync with global choice? All right. So in this case, right, I can see sync. I say no. Okay. That means you do not want to synchronize it with the global choice. I say no. No means they allow you to add your own choice. So there you go. The first choice, I want it to be called approved. The first choice. The value, right, they will generate a 9-digit number, right, which is an integer value, the back-end value that represents the approval. So, of course, you got approved. I will add another new choice, which is rejected. Rejected. Okay, approved, rejected. Okay, and maybe, right, okay, for the coloring purposes, just for this, right, for, I can provide a color picker. Approve, right, okay, I want it to be a green color. So maybe I want to choose a green, some form of a green. Maybe I can just choose 0 red, 0 blue, and that's the green, right? 255 green. Rejected, I want it to be a red. So 255 red and 0 green, 0 blue. So I got a bright red there. So red for rejected, green for approved. That's it. So approve is the first choice, rejected is the second choice, yeah? Okay. And there is no default value, none. That means the user must pick a status here. All right, click save. So I've got a simple table with the name of the request number, comments, and approval status. 4 columns only. Okay, that's it. And we can close this table designer. Close it. So now I've already got a table called requests. Look at that. Now, we are creating an app, right, that will store a request for setting up a home office. You see, when you set up a home office, right, you need a desk, you need a monitor, you need headset, you need whatever, all types of, for all sort of equipments for a home office. So we need to have another table to store the assets, right, the hardware, the equipment. So let's click add data one more, okay? This add data, click this drop down, click create new table one more time. All right, click create a new table one more time. This one. What is the table name? I'm going to call it, let's say, we're going to call it asset category lah. Maybe for category, asset category. So this is a category, okay? After this, we got asset. So one category, many assets. So this is for categorization. Asset category is our new table, second table here, create. So again, we don't need any new columns, but I want to enter some new data. I'm not adding columns, guys. Here, look at that. I'm adding default values. Chair, enter. Okay. Click again here. Desk, enter. Then monitor, enter. And headset. Okay, that's it. 4 will do, like this. Click inside, click and double click and all that. So you can add default values in this. So you can see the table name is called asset categories. They always generate plural for you. So one single column name will do. I've got chair, desk, monitor, headset. These 4 categories, right? All right, close it. Done. I've got a second table already. See, requests, asset categories. If you cannot find the add second table, right? You see again here. Are you still here in this data? Can you see add data? The drop down add data, you can see create new table. It's all in there. All right. Add data drop down, create new table. Okay, when you see your table request here, right? Drop down add data, create new table. It's all inside here. Can you find that? All right. If you click add data, okay. I think your screen, your screen size may be small. Do you have this triple dot here? Let's see. Here is a change environment. You don't see create new table. That is a bit weird. The Power Apps build. Can you click the drop down, add data again? You still cannot see that. Can you refresh your screen? Are you still here in this? Because I see that you extend so much here. So maybe you collapse it a bit, you know, or maybe you refresh your browser again. When you drop down, add data here, can you see this? Create new table. Because it's a bit weird that you don't see here. Or maybe if you try here in this, click this with data, you can see create new table as well. If you cannot find here, right, in the center, this screen here, remember with data, you click with data, maybe you can click create new table here. Because the interface sometimes is a bit weird, you know, especially if your laptop is a small scale laptop, because mine is a 15 point something inch, you know, white screen. So my resolution is very high, so I can see a lot of my screen. After refresh can, right? See, so that's why sometimes if you cannot see it or whatever, right? Again, let me remind you all, welcome to Power Platform, right? Anything don't work, refresh only. That's your solution, okay? Because it's just how the web works, okay? For me, right, okay, I have always said, hey, this one not there. I have refreshed and see. Hey, this one not there, refresh lah. Okay, welcome to the web. It has always been refreshing. That one will solve it, okay? Okay, let me show you asset categories again. So if I were to edit the data, there you go. Once you come into here, you don't need to add any new columns, just within the same column name, just add 4 rows of data. Chair, desk, headset, and monitor. No need to add any extra columns. Oh, Cassie, you're in. Okay, welcome. Oh, okay, request table. You wanted me to show you request table? No problem. Request table, let me close it. Request table. Request table, I don't have data. I add columns only, okay? Request number is an auto number column, right? Let me show you. When you choose request NO, request number, set to auto number, that's it. Just click save. Okay, the data type is auto number. You can't find auto number, you just search for it. There's a search bar. After that, you add another column called comments. This one, just leave it text, single line of text will do. I don't need long comments unless you change it to multiple lines of text, but I just remain single line of text. Comments. After that, which you add the last column, approval status. Now, this is a choice column. This one, you got more things to type. The name is called approval status. The type you choose choice. And then once you choose choice, right, they ask you to sync with global choice, even though yes is recommended, but this one I say no. Once you switch to no, then only you can add your own choices. There are only 2 choices, approved or rejected. In my case, I choose the color for the approved to be green, rejected to be red. If you want to ignore the green and red, it's up to you. It's okay, as long as you've got the label approved and rejected. You can ignore the color. The color is just some fancy stuff there anyway. Yeah. Most of the time, if you find some weird stuff, it's not there, it doesn't match with mine, you just refresh, it should work. Okay. All right, cool. So this is the request table. No need to add data yet because we're going to test it with our Power Apps later on, right? And then, of course, asset categories is there, right? Asset categories already done. Asset categories is the only one with single column, name only, but with 4 default rows already, okay? Now let's create the 3rd table. Add data again, create new table, right? Okay, the question, what's the difference if we use lists for our data, which one is easier table to maintain? Which one is easier to maintain? Now, like I said, that the list is actually linked to your Microsoft SharePoint. Okay, that one, it's by default. You don't need Dataverse or whatsoever. This one is in Dataverse, but it's essentially the same thing. You have a table in Dataverse, okay, in which in Dataverse it acts like a relational table. You can create relationship with other tables. That's what we're going to do also. But in lists, right, the relationship seems to be a bit vague. You can index a list in SharePoint. So it's the same table kind of thing. A list is a table, but that one is SharePoint. This is Dataverse. Okay. If you ask me about which one is easier to maintain, now that one, this question here is there's no such thing as easy or what easy. What is easy to me might not be easy to you. I can tell you in my case, I like Dataverse, but you say, Dataverse, I want to pay one. No. But this is Dataverse for Teams, you see. So in this case, the Dataverse for Teams has a limited choice, 1 million rows. Okay. But how many rows can you have in your Microsoft SharePoint list? Wow, that one got 50 million. Microsoft says so. List can go up to 50 million, correct? But then would you want to have 50 million of rows on your list in your SharePoint? You see, there are pros and cons, I would say. Okay. So maintenance-wise, I would say they are, well, almost the same. Okay, because it just depends on whether you want a table that is easily shown to people, which Microsoft lists, right? It's part of SharePoint, any Tom, Dick, and Harry can see it. If you wanted to have a storage that can be easily secured, all right, then maybe Dataverse is the one, okay? So it is just another choice. It's another option, all right? So since we're talking about Dataverse for Teams, so I'm not using SharePoint. I could have actually easily used SharePoint, the Microsoft list, okay? So another difference that you can see for Teams, this Dataverse, right, is that the table that I keyed here, the storage, the data that are stored here, right, is also accessible from default, my Dynamics 365. That is, if you are using Dynamics 365, okay? Whereas SharePoint, right, is a site, okay? Whereas your Microsoft list supposed to be also shareable, right? But, well, not to fit in the true description of your business solution in your Dynamics 365, okay? All right, so let's go to our third table here. Our third table, well, obviously it's called asset. Just like that, asset. Asset. So singular, I type in always singular, asset, because they're going to call it assets after this. I'll click create. Asset. So they will come up with the designer, which they call it now assets, automatically pluralize it. Now, the name, the first column name, I want to change the name. The name of the name column, drop down here, edit column. I want to call it asset name, not just name. I add the word asset in front. Asset name. Click the header drop down and edit column. You come up to here, add the word asset in front of the name. Then click save. That's it. Okay, so name becomes asset name. Then we add another column called asset category. Or in this case, I just call it category. This is going to be a lookup column. Remember that we created the asset category table. So when we create a lookup column means it is going to build a relationship between this table to our asset category table. So it's called category. The type, I'm going to choose lookup. Look at that. Okay, lookup. Data type, choose lookup. Then related table is what? The related table, right? I'm going to choose asset category. So this asset is related to asset category. Data type is lookup. Related table, asset category. Pick from this drop down. Asset category here. Display name for this column is just category. Then click create. Then click save. So this will ultimately create a relationship between this table assets with the asset category. So the category column will be the foreign key in this case with our asset category column in the asset table, asset category table, okay? Next, let's add another column called price, because every asset has a price. The type, right, will be a decimal. It's going to be a number and decimal. I do not want to store as currency, even though I would want it to be currency. But in this case, I just want to store the decimal number. It will be a bit more recommended for you to store price without the respective currency. I just want to store the decimal value of the currency. So I choose decimal. Under number, you can see decimal. Okay. Make sure that it's decimal. And I want you to expand advanced option. In the advanced option, right, what is the minimum value? Now, I cannot accept a negative. So I'm saying minimum value is 0. Just change the minimum value to 0, not negative. Okay. And decimal places will be 2, definitely, no problem. But minimum value is 0. Maximum is okay. This is actually set to what, 100 billion, 10 billion or 100 billion, right? Minimum value is 0 and save. That's it. Okay. And let's add one last column, product ID. Now this product ID, right, is not going to auto generate. Okay, I want just a few product here. I just put it product ID. The type is still text. Just maintain as text because my product ID will be some alphanumeric value. So I maintain as text, single line of text will do. Product space ID and save. Nothing to change, just type the product ID and save. Now I'm going to type in some sample data in here so that you guys can actually follow me if you want to. Okay, so I'm going to put it curved monitor. Okay, let's put in something 24-inch. Okay, category. Now I'm going to pick on this category is monitor. So I can see, look up, I can choose. Decimal, this price will be 321. Yeah, 321. And then the product ID will be M932. Okay, so I'm zoomed in here. So as I type, you just follow me. Ergonomic chair. Black. This under chair. Oops. Oh. Chair. This is 199.5. Right. High back chair. Round. There's also chair. Okay. I'm not talking much right now because I'm trying to type in all these data in there. So don't think that you have lost my voice. No. I'm just typing in here. Okay, so these are my data already. So I'm going to stay put here for a while. So I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 rows of data. Remember the lookup column category, right? When you type in a few letters, they can look up from the category and just press enter to select that category. Click close, right? And we have got 3 tables which are what we're going to use. Okay, now I want to add a new column to the request table also. Okay, this table is also going to be related to our asset category. So shall we now go to, okay, in this case, back to here in the cylinder here, you can see all 3 tables which we added to our app. Can you see a request table? In the request table, right, I want you to click the triple dot here, or you can easily right click on the request table and you can see edit data. Request table, yeah, the first table. Right click request, edit the data. Remember, we got no data here, but we want to add another column. After approval status, add another new column. Okay, it's called asset category. Call it asset category. And then it's a type of lookup again, in which the related table is asset category. Of course, the column name, asset category, relate to also asset category table. So apart from assets being a related table to asset category, our request also has relationship to the asset category. All right, just click save. So make sure after the approval status column in this request table, you now find yourself another new column called asset category. This is indeed our lookup column, which ultimately it's a relationship back to the asset category table. Okay, now I want you to now drag this asset category column, right? Move it before request number. See, it's at the end, right? I'll click and drag it. Make sure that it is before request number. Okay. Now I want you to also add another column called asset. Just now you add asset category, right? You drag it, place it before request number. Now add another column called asset, also lookup to asset. So that means, right, request table has relationship to asset category, also has relationship to asset. Table, okay, display name asset, lookup to related table asset. So asset category to asset category, asset here to asset, if you know what I'm talking about, okay? The price data type is, yes, correct. Thank you very much, Azim, for helping me that. It's a decimal. Go to number and choose decimal, all right? So click save here. So once it's a lookup to asset, now I'm going to drag and drop the asset now again. Place it before asset category. Make sure the 2 columns, we reposition them after the name. So now the new position will be name, asset category, then only request number. All right. Our data is all set up, done already. Okay, we are now getting ready to create our app based on the data that we have. Okay, look at this. Okay, our Dataverse right now, let me do a summary here. Our Dataverse currently, we have 3 tables only. Very simple. We have a request table, okay, which has relationship to our asset category and asset, which would be the names of the other 2 tables we have. So one asset category, many assets, which is kept track in each of their respective tables. All right. So all these three tables are now in our app. So let me close this table. Make sure that you have got all these three tables here: request, asset categories, and assets. Okay. So now what I want you to do now, right, okay, is we are going to create a form. You see, our screen one, we haven't just done anything to it because our first form here, right, okay, is supposed to show you all the requests, correct? So now how do we actually choose a screen that is designed based on our requests? So what I want you to do is like this now. Click with data here. Then you can choose between the three tables, right? You want this screen to be based on which table? Then I can only choose one of the table. I'm going to choose requests. When you click requests, look at this. We're going to start deploying the default screen layout for your screen based on request table. Look at that. Let me increase the zoom. Can you see they've got now a right-hand side panel, a container, and a left-hand container. And the name is called request, the title there. They come in built in with all these buttons and everything, got a new request and all that. So they generate a default layout of the screen based on your request table. Okay. All right. I heard someone, but it's too soft. Anyone is asking a question? Sorry, I can't hear, and I can't hear. It's just too soft. No, you're just too soft. I cannot hear. I think I have my headset set quite loud here. Okay, let me undo. Let's see whether I can undo or not. The asset and asset category didn't show in the form. Can you refresh again? Because if you added all three here, right, okay, it is impossible that it's not there, you know. Okay. I can't undo much here already because it's already deployed here. Can you refresh your screen? Because if you were to click on that screen just now in the table view here, right? You see, I've got all my container, everything all here done already, right? So when you click on with data, it's supposed to be there. My screen also didn't have, no, I click from there, ma. Now I'm done already. Of course, it's not there anymore, lah, because I'm done already, ma. You see, it's deployed already, okay? Just now when I click on, remember that my screen was blank with data, with layout. I click with data, so I can see the three tables there, right? These three tables were listed there, okay? Now let me see whether I can kind of like show you again. If I go back to table layout here, I got screen one here, right? Let's see whether I can add a new screen. Okay, so I'm refreshing to this form. So this form is exactly the same form that you're looking at my screen also, right? That means it's there already. Okay. And this is actually the screen one. You switch back to a tree view here, right? Your tree view, you can see screen one with all these things here. Okay. Can even let's see. I'm going to try to see if I insert a new screen. Click new screen, a blank screen right now. There. Okay. So this screen three lah. Okay. So you can see with data, right? With layout. So just now when I click with data, there, this three here, ma. It's impossible that this three tables is not in your app. It's supposed to be under in your app. There are three tables here. Just now I was here. I click with data and it's three. So you can just choose. Correct. All right. All right. So if you don't, like I say, if you find something very, very weird, then you just refresh your browser. Okay. When you refresh, and you can see that it's here already. Okay. Now we have to proceed. So now when we added, okay, this one, okay, the screen. Now we need to actually customize our app already. So now in your tree view here, I can expand the screen one. I've got right container and left container and all that, right? So I want you to go into our right container. You can see I've got edit form one. This is the form one. You see, when you select edit form one, okay, I need to repeat the screen one. I can't repeat the screen one. Actually, that's why you have to really follow, because in unless I delete off screen one. Okay, hang on. Let me see where I can delete my screen. I can't delete the screen until I create a new screen. You hang on for a second, okay? You must really, really follow, because like I said, that sometimes whatever you created, there's no way of going back. So I'm going to create a blank screen again, okay? Let me delete now the screen. So this screen 4 already, let me rename it back to screen 1. Treat this as my screen 1, yeah? Remember, in this screen 1, I've got this, okay? Are you guys all here? Okay? When you can see your screen is still blank, they say start this screen with data with layout. We already created the data, obviously with data lah. So click with data, you can see the 3 tables, right? The 3 tables that we just created. We want to start with request, the first table. Click on request and wait. It will come out. There you go, done. As simple as that, all right? So you have got the containers, you've got all that. Right? Okay, so now I've got the screen 1, right container. In the right-hand side container, you expand right-hand side container, and you can see I've got edit form. Now, because you see, I've restarted everything, and so now it's no longer called 1. Mine is actually 2, all 2, you know. So please, like I say, I can't repeat again, or else all my naming convention is going to be all haywire. You won't see the same name as, you see, now my name already gone. It's not no longer the same name as you all, because I deleted, I recreated, everything will be named as 22222 already. No more 11111. So in my case, my name and your name is going to be different, yeah? So please follow through quick, carefully. So in my right container 2, yours is right container 1, all right? When you expand, you have edit form 1. Mine is edit form 2. So click on the form. You can see that it's selected the form, all right? You can see that. This is the form that we are about to design. We need to edit the fields. You can see the fields of my form, right? Only got name, request number, comments, and approval status. You see that? We have added 2 more columns, the asset and asset category. It is not there. So it is time for us to edit the fields. So on the left-hand side here, you can see edit fields. Click on edit fields, and you can see the 4 fields here. We need to add on 2 more fields that were missing. So click add field here. Okay, click field and look for asset and asset category. See, these were the 2 fields missing from your 4 fields. All right, just click add. And you can see the 2 fields are added here already. Okay. Now we need to drag the fields, right, in the order. So click asset category, drag it here, and asset, drag it here, like this. Okay, comment first after asset, then approval status, request number. So let me capture the screenshot to show you that. Okay. This screen, I want you to arrange the layout to be like this. Okay. Right. So that's got to be the order of the columns. Okay. Okay, now approval status, right? I want you to expand this control, because if you look at the controller, right? I want to change the control. So you expand approval status. Can you see the control type is an edit option set single select? I don't want it to be an edit option. I want you to change it to a view option. The option cannot be edited. So change to view option set single select. The default is edit option. I want you to change to view option, this part. Okay. So that the option, when you click the drop down, is only to view, and you have to only single select either approved or rejected. Okay. Cool. That's it. You can close the fields. Right now, you can see all my fields are like this: 6 columns, 6 fields, all right? And they are laid out in 3 columnar. I want everything to be in 1 column. So can you see columns here? Columns here, 3, right? After you close the field, just now your fields here, right? You can close the field panel. Back to here, right? You can see columns 3. I want to change it to 1. When I change to 1, then all your fields are in 1 whole column, like this. The layout will be 1 super wide field, but 1 single column. I don't want it to be like this 3 column like this. This is super weird. I don't want. Change columns to 1 single column like this. So the layout will be in this manner. Okay, so now we are going to do some minor formulas and stuff like that, some changes of the properties in each of these Power Apps. So I'm just going to show you a little bit of things. For example, you've got an asset here, right? Okay. So the asset will only show based on what category that you've selected. For example, if the user select asset category of chairs, they only show what are assets that belong to the category chairs. No point showing desk, no point showing monitors and all that. So we would like to set that to be filtered, you see? So what I want you to do now, right, okay, is that I want you to select the box, okay? Let me just kind of like zoom into something here, okay? Now, you can see your asset, you can see your asset category, right? Now, I want you to select the asset. You click the asset here. Now, this is called the asset card, and you can see there's always a padlock. The padlock means, right, that the property, the control has been locked. You can't change much of the property, right? But once you click this, right, I want you to, again, click the text box. Make sure it's like this. Again, you click once they say card asset, but you click again the text box. Make sure you can see the handle is selecting the text box. Not like this. Okay, not like this, but the text box, the gray out like this. Make sure this is selected. Now, you may have a different number, but in my case, mine is data card value 9. I think in your case, yours should be data card value 5. But you remember, my numbers all changed already, all ran, okay, because I re-demonstrated. So mine is data card value 9. Yours here, right, supposed to be data card value 5, right? So make sure that you selected this asset here. Now, because it is locked, on the right-hand side, you go to advanced. Sorry. You go to advanced here, right? Under advanced, you can see you can unlock the properties. Okay? You can unlock to change properties. There's an unlock button here. Once you click unlock, you don't need to lock it back. You unlock only once, and then it will forever be unlocked until you exit and you re-enter again. So you click unlock. But of course, when you unlock, they just unlock. They never ask you password or whatsoever. Okay? It's not that behavior. So once you unlock, you can see a lot of properties are now enabled for you to change. All right? Now, once you unlock already, right? Now, check this out. Back to properties, you can see there's this thing called depends on. You can click depends on. Just now you were in advanced to unlock. Now switch back to properties here. You can see depends on. When you click depends on, right, they allow you to select depends on which. This is to help you select a formula so that you can set what is the depend on. So the parent control. So now the matching field will be in the assets table. Look for assets table. Which field, drop down, is a category. Under matching field here, you choose assets and then category. So the parent control, right, okay, will be my data card. Okay, now what is the data card? So the assets and then the category, right? So the category will be this field. So you need to understand what field is that. So let me just select this field. This field is, in my case, data card value 10. In my case, data card value 10. Okay, hang on. We need to actually ensure the pattern control. Hang on. I need to actually select. Hang on. Okay, this is going to be very critical. This asset here, select. I click depends on again. If I choose matching field, usually if you choose matching field under assets table, okay, and then click the category. Now, once you have actually selected this right here, usually the parent control will be set to correctly. The parent control, okay, will set correctly. So in this case, not the value, it's only the value, but I want to change to the name. How come I don't have name? The assets table and category. I think I might have a wrong thing there. Hang on. You see, once I actually change, once I actually set the number, I resetted the number. Okay, I'm all gone case already. You give me a second. Okay, I need to actually go and check which is the value. Assets table. Wait, in the parent control matching field, assets, and the category, data card value is 11 or 10. So mine, I think it's got to be 10. If it's 10, then will be the name. I think mine is data card value 10. Yeah. Okay. Make sure that you unlock first. Okay, unlock the properties first. So now, watch this again. Now, when you choose this asset, and when you click here, all right, this particular card, right? Now, if you have unlocked it, then you can switch back to properties. You can see depends on. When you click depends on right now, the most important thing is like this. The matching field, you have to do the bottom part here, the matching field first. Matching field is assets, and then you change it to category. When you choose category, right, at the top parent control, you have to choose data card value 10, which allow you to choose name, like this, in my case. I do not know what number is that for your parent control, but you must choose. When you click the drop down, there are only 2 parent controls. Okay. If you have already unlocked, right, but you have to switch back to properties, you are not following me correctly. I told you already. You are in advanced, you unlock, you have to switch back to properties. You're still in advanced. Of course, you cannot find, depends on. Switch back to properties. Advanced here, switch back to properties. Once you switch back to properties, you can see depends on here. Okay. Click depends on. Then matching field will be category here, assets and category. At the top here, you must choose the proper data card that has the name. Your number, okay, must be based on what you have. So always choose. Now, if you see, you do not know what card, very simple. Guys, listen carefully, watch carefully. There are only 2 cards available here. There's one card, when you click drop down, there's no name, only got value. That's not the one. Okay, so you choose the other data card number, right, that contains many options that allow you to select name. That's the one you choose. All right, very simple to select. And you must apply it. Okay, once you apply, you will see there is a yellow warning, all that, right? So this yellow warning, it's okay. You can safely ignore it. Okay. So basically, right, this warning is about here. Look at the formula they've added to us. Filter assets. Okay, the category equals to our data card value 10.selected.name. Okay, so we can edit the particular category. We can edit the formula. So in this case, right, okay, the category here, the category, if you want to actually lose, maybe you want to lose that particular warning, right, you can put at the end of the category formula, you press a dot, okay, and you choose dot name. There's a drop down, dot name. Category dot name equals to this. Then you can see the warning is gone. The warning now is gone. When you choose category only, they will give you a warning. But you now edit the formula category dot name. You put a dot name after the category. The rest no need to change. Category dot name equals to that. That's a formula they generated for us. Okay, so make sure, okay, that you have that. There's only two cards always, because you know what? There are only two relationship from the request. Remember, our request got relationship to the assets or relationship to the category. So that's why there are only two cards. So you choose one card that has the name offering. If the other card only got value, right, that's not the one. Only choose the other card. They will give you lots more, where inside you can see name. You can pick name there. All right. You must click apply, and make sure that you have selected this formula. Look at the formula bar. You will have a yellow color warning. You want to lose the yellow color warning. Update your formula to be this. This is the formula that you need to update. Category.name. Let me kind of like copy something and share to you all. So you need to ensure that it will look something like this. Category, you put a dot name, regardless of your data card value there. Then you can see the warning sign, it's gone. Are you guys good? Okay, now I want you guys to quickly save right now. Okay. If there's nothing to save, right? What you need to do right now is you click the play button, preview. There's a preview button here, right at the top here. When you click play, preview. When you preview, this app has no item to display because there's no record in your request table. So let's click a new record here. And you can see now, they will give you a new form for you to fill up a new record. So let's say the name here, let's test it out. Monitor required. Now you choose asset category. Let's say I choose monitor. Now let's test whether the asset is filtered by the monitor. When I click the drop down, finally, yes, only two monitors appeared. If you choose chair, then the asset filtered by the chair. If you choose desk, there'll be two desks. And if you choose, let's say, headset, there'll be two headsets. So they really filter the asset according to your category. Okay. So since I choose monitor required, I choose monitor, and the asset will be filtering only showing the two monitors. All right. Name is not put username. Eric, this is request, yeah? All right. Request, we just put name here, okay? The name, right, is just, I didn't change the name, lah. Please don't take literally for it, lah, right? You can change anything you like, lah, Eric, okay? I just say that this is monitor required. I don't put any username here, okay? This is just a sample app. I'm not making this app, okay, fully production. I'm just giving a testing. This is just training here, right? So don't literally take it, lah. Just learn the concept here, right? You can put in your name if you want to. It doesn't matter. I just put in whatever I like. Okay. Yeah. So I just put monitor required because it's the name of the request. So the name of the request means, okay, this is monitor required. It's like a comment or whatever, or it's a title lah, right? Don't take too particular attention to, oh, name must be the username. I don't pay attention to that because in training I just want to deliver the concept, how you work with it, all right? Then you want to make meaning out of it, it's up to you, all right? Second matching field. Now remember, just now that depends on, if you're still stuck on the depends on, right? Depends on, you must do bottoms up. You don't do top bottom. You must set the matching field first before going to the parent control. Matching field, you must choose assets and then asset category. Okay, category is the one. Okay, then only you entertain the top half. You do the bottom half first, then do the top half. Okay. So mine is working. So now I want to choose, let's say, a curve monitor, 24-inch, and then the comment, I want to put it there. I need a new monitor so that I can extend my screen, something like that. Okay. And approval status, all these, you see, it's not for me to select because I say view only, right? Remember, I said from edit to view. Request number also cannot fill in because it's auto-generated. I'm okay with it. So now just click the tick button here to submit the request. When you submit, you can see now I've got one record added. See, request number 1000, monitor required, and I've got no picture. They do have an avatar, a small image here so that we can choose a picture, but I am not going to put in picture. So let me try to submit two more. So at least we'll have 3 requests to have some data to play around with. I'm going to click new record again. All right. Now the name, I'm going to put it, let's say, standing desk required. All these things I just put required lah. This one is a desk. It's a standing desk, white color. And the comments is that I need a new desk or to place my workstation. Okay. Run it. Then add another new record. I'm going to put in headset needed. So it's going to be headset. The asset will be a USB headset. Comment. I need a suitable USB headset. Okay, I've got 3 sample data to play with. You can see the request, the number 1000, 1001, and 1002. The request number is being displayed there as a subtitle. So you can see I can click here. They are showing me the form information. I click here, they can show me this form. I click here, they're showing me this. See, all the data has been entered into my table. Okay, into my request table. So you can see that my screen here, right? This app is so simple. I don't have any themes. I don't have any colorization. It's just a very simple app that I want to demonstrate that this is embeddable into my Microsoft Teams. So remember, when we create an app, right, you have full control of the design of the screens. So we will be trying to use some colors at least to match with our overall theme of my Microsoft Teams. All right. So once we have played on with this, right, so I think we can close the preview. Just click close preview, and we are back to here, okay? So I can see I've got 3 records added here. Now in my screen 1, I want you to select screen 1. In the properties right inside of my screen 1, right, I want to change my fill of my screen because my screen is all filled with white color. I don't like that. So you can click the fill here to choose an appropriate color. Okay. The fill of my screen. I want to choose a custom color, custom fill, and I want to put in a hex value of, let's say, E1DFDD. So you can see that that's the color that I wanted, something like this, right? So that's a hex code. Let me copy this hex code for you all into the meeting chat. There's a hex code for the custom color. Again, you choose screen one here. In the properties here, you can see fill color. Click this color, go to custom. In the custom color, you can change the hex and enter the hex that you saw me pasted into the meeting chat. E1DFDD. And you get this color. See the background, the fill color of my screen is set to this. Okay, and then choose the next one, our top bar right container. Choose your top bar right container. Let's say I'll go to my top bar. Where's my top bar right container? There you go, this one. This is the top bar right container that has the trash can and the pencil icon, this one. The top bar right container. In the top bar right container, right, I'm going to change my color as well. There's a color for the top bar. I click the color. And now in this color, I want to choose, let's say, a light purple. Maybe the second row from the left here, this one. So I choose this one. You can choose any color that you like, okay? Not necessary for you to follow me. And then the top bar left container also choose the same thing. In the left container, I got top bar left container. I want to choose the same color like this. So it is stretched across like this. And then the top bar left container here just now, you can see the text and the app label, the app name label. It's called request because it's named after my table name. I'm going to change it to home office setup. And the font, I'm going to change it to size 20, like this. Very big. I don't want to call it request. Name it after my app, home office setup. So these are just a matter of taste, right? So it's just changing the app text name, and then increasing the font size, and then maybe this bar here, the left control container 1. This is my target here, but I want to choose the left beneath my browse gallery here. This one, this whole control, left control container, the one that stores my new record here, the whole container. I maybe want to choose a different color. Maybe I will choose this color, dark blue like this. And then inside the label here, I'm going to choose the color of white. Okay, so maybe I'm going to choose the add label there. Hang on, maybe the font size is 14 points. Increase it. And then I want to change the color to white color. The color here to white. All right. So something like this. New record. And then there's also an icon, This is a label, but there's an icon. The icon is this one, the small one. The small icon also, I'm going to change it to white. On the text color, wait, where's the text color here? There you go, the text color to white as well. So you can see the plus sign is also white color. Just some cosmetics here. So you can see now, if I zoom in, right, you can see that a bit. So it's set to like this. There's an icon. The plus sign is an icon. And then the label, new record, is also white color. Power Apps allows you to actually set very intricate controls, right, that you can change the properties of the font size, font weight, font color, and all that. Okay. And maybe right now, one more thing that I would like is that the gallery. Now, remember that I've got an image. I don't have images, so I'm going to choose the browse gallery. This is called the browse gallery. You can see here, mine is browse gallery 2. In your case, it will be called browse gallery 1. So as long as you've chosen the browse gallery, you can see now that the layout is image, title, and subtitle. I don't need to make use of the image. So I want to change the layout. I do not want the image. I want title and subtitle will do. Select title and subtitle. So we lose the image. The image no need. So the layout here. Because the small image, right? Anyway, I don't use it. Okay. And I would like to change the font size to 12 points. Where's the font size? Let me just see. We need to select actually the gallery. Once you have seen change it to title and subtitle, you will need to select the first text box. The best way for you to do, right, okay, is to click the edit gallery. When you select edit gallery here, right? I think I need to zoom in so you can see better. Zoom in here. Okay. So when you select the gallery here, inside there you can see monitor required, right? When you click, that is your subtitle, but I want to click the title. When you click here, that's the title. The title right now, which is bold and it shows monitor required. This is where I want to increase the font size to 12 points. 12 points. And I think the subtitle also I may need to change. Now, when you click the second text box that shows the subtitle, right now the subtitle is showing the request number 1000, 1001, 1002, right? Which is, it's irrelevant to show the request number. So in this case, I might as well want to show who is the user who created this request and then what is the date and time. So I'm going to put in a formula. See, currently in the formula, this item.request number, the formula is at the top here, the formula bar. I'm going to erase the formula and I'm going to key in this item dot. The created by is the field that shows who's the user created. Okay. And then dot, the created by dot, I want full name. Okay. This item dot created by dot full name. So you can see my name there coming out, Gerald Hong, right? And I'm going to actually concatenate this. Ampersand is going to concatenate with a space dash space. And then I'm going to further concatenate again with this item dot created on, which is actually the date and time. There you go. So let me copy this whole formula and paste it into the meeting chat so you guys can have that formula. Okay, and I press Control Enter, and you can see now pretty much my gallery, look at that, is no longer showing the request number, but rather my username, full name, who's the person who requested this. So it's a created by field dot full name, and I concatenate with the hyphen and further concatenate with the created on. Created on will show the date and time of the record creation. So you can see today's date, April the 10th, 2023, and then the time, which the first record I created at 11:57 a.m. Then 1 minute later, 11:58 a.m. is the second record. And then 1 minute later, 11:59 a.m. is the third record. So instead of showing the request number, I believe showing this information, it's much better. Okay. So that's the formula which I've copy and pasted for you. So you click this subtitle text box to key in that formula. Okay. So that's roughly what I have actually shown. And you can see that it's actually pretty narrow. The data, right? Okay, the gallery here, I want to include some spacing. right? Because I want to add something else maybe. So you click the pencil icon again that selects this one. Now in order for it to space, right, you increase this, you see? When you increase this, can you see the spacing? Ooh, I can have spacing. Look at that. That's how you increase the spacing. So resize it, so I will increase spaces between the cells so that at least I've got some breathing space in between them because it's just too crowded sometimes, right? Now with the ample spacing here, right, I would like to realign something. Let me click inside here, right? I need to move it so they align a bit with the title. Let's try to do something like this. Okay, so that at least there's a guide, okay, for it to align it. And then maybe, right, I would like to also increase this so the text can overflow just in case one day that, maybe let's see, I click the gallery, I edit again. This thing maybe increase more. Now this guy, let me align it again so I can increase this so that it shows something like two liners so that if there's a person longer name and there's a date and time longer than that, it will overflow to the second line, right? So just give it some ample space there. Maybe this guy also make it like this. I think that should do it. Okay, no problem. So we can actually space it out a bit. Okay, yours have a hash after name, Eric. What is that hash doing there? I don't know what's your hash doing there because if you have keyed in this item created by dot full name, you should be able to get it because your hashtag. I'm not so sure whether that's included as a full name or whatever. I'm not so sure because if they are trying to read from your Office 365 account. Okay. Mhm. You can't expand the rectangle. Okay, let me show you again. If you can't expand the rectangle, right? Now, watch this. Click one time the browse gallery until you see a black color pencil here. Click the black color pencil so it highlights, it really select that rectangle. Then you adjust the rectangle. Look at that. You adjust it. Okay. Make sure. Right. So after you increase the rectangle, then you can move this small title, the text around. Okay, you can move it around. Make sure, okay, because that is editing the gallery. You can't move it. Click outside again. Now click the gallery again until you see the black color pencil. Click the black color pencil, then you won't get wrong. When you have got this rectangle, then you can resize them. Okay. Make sure you get the black color pencil. Click the black color pencil, then you can, safely adjust the gallery. Okay, now I want you guys to do something for me. Again, now you click the pencil, right? Okay. Now let me zoom in so they can see better. This guy, and hold on to shift key, you select the second one. Okay. These two, right? I want you to actually resize it. Resize it like this. Make it a bit thinner, narrower. No need to be so wide. Okay. Give some space in front because we want to do some colorization. Okay. Again, okay. When you select the black color pencil, now you select this title bar, the title itself. Hold on to shift key so you can select the subtitle together. With the subtitle here, right, you can see that you can, make it narrower. So make it narrower like this. Like this is good enough. I want some space in front. Okay. Now, once you got that right, okay, some space already. Now you click outside the gallery again until you get a pencil. You click the pencil again, so you're now editing this. Now, when you are selecting the editing here, I want you to insert a rectangle. Here at the top screen here, there's an insert. When you click insert, there's a rectangle. Okay, insert rectangle. You click rectangle, there's a rectangle being inserted inside. Okay, so now this rectangle, I want you to drag all the way here, and then you resize it until like this. This is for the coloring purposes. So that with different things, okay, they will color differently. So instead of an image, we show a colorization. Maybe make it a bit thicker if you want. Okay, like this. This one and this one, I think we can make it wider a bit until here. All right. Okay. So I just want to insert a rectangle here. So whatever rectangle you inserted, the rest will follow. Okay. This rectangle currently is the same color with this. Okay. Remember the rectangle used to be this one, but now you adjust the thickness to be something like this. Yeah. Too thick already. Hang on. Okay, like this will do. The color, right? We want to actually indicate whether it has been approved or rejected, remember? So that's the coloring. So we're going to use a formula to handle the color when it will change to whatever color, okay? So this rectangle color, I want to choose the fill property. So in the drop down here, there is a fill property. The fill property currently shows the color that it is filled with. See, RGBA, all that under the fill property here. There's a drop down here called fill. This is where you can choose the property of fill. You can also choose the property from here as well, all right? But I always like to choose at the top here, whereby I can now see what's a formula that controls the coloring. So now I'm going to change this color. I'm going to use the switch function. Switch based on the text function again. I will copy this formula for you all later. I'm going to choose this item dot approval status. I'm going to choose based on the approval status column. Okay. Switch based on this item dot approval status. It's just like if checking the if else statement. If the approval status comma first, the value is approved, then I will choose the green color. So it will be color dot green. Okay, sorry, I choose the word color dot green. I've got green. Okay, comma. If it's rejected, comma, then I want it to be using orange red. So color dot orange red. Comma. Else it will be in color dot gold. I want a gold color. There you go. Let me copy this formula and paste it for you all, and you can follow me. So you paste it in there, and you can see now. Can you see now the color, right? It's actually all gold. Can you see now? Because currently, right, it's neither approved nor rejected. That is why default is gold. When they are approved, they will show green. If they are rejected, they show orange red. So, but currently it's gold. See, all gold color. This is color gold. Gold means they are still pending or whatever. So that's how I control the coloring. Now, to test whether these data, right, will take the color appropriately. Now, I may want to go through a cheating way, directly open the table, right, where we store the 3 records here, right? And then I'm going to edit the approval status. Obviously, in real world, we're going to use Power Automate to actually do the approval. Okay, so we are close to ending this Power Apps already, but let us try to test whether the color really take it or not. How do we do that? How? Now, guys, follow me. If you got this color gold already that you see here, all I want you to do is switch back to the cylinder button here. Okay. Earlier on, you might be surprised, okay, that we supposed to have 3 tables. How come suddenly got number 4, table number 4? Can you see that there's a user table? How come this user table is there? Well, it was brought into scope because the moment just now I type in this item dot created by dot full name, they will know that I need to access the users. Who are the users who created this record? Understand or not? So that is why the users table from Dataverse are brought into scope automatically without you realizing. So don't be panicky and don't be frightened or, hey, what is going on here? Don't be surprised. It was brought into scope based on formulas sometimes that we type. Okay. So, but not to worry, I want to edit the request table. So right click the request and edit data, please. Make sure now you see the 3 records that we had. Can you see that? It's really our 3 records we created using our app already stored in this table. Remember our approval status? I want you now to edit. Let's say the headset needed. The first one is headset needed, right? So because the latest row is always at the top. So double click. I choose the drop down. I want to approve this guy. Okay. The monitor required one. Okay. Maybe this one. Double click. Drop down. Rejected. The other one still maintain blank. So one is gold. One is going to be orange, red. One will be green. Okay. Now, whatever you do here, right? There's no need to save. Okay. There's no need to save because it will auto save. Okay. So now leave it blank, all that. Okay. Now I just want you to see, they say data save, right? So now click close. All right. Now, once you close, can you see it automatically colors itself? Ooh, nice. I don't even need to refresh anything. My app automatically colors itself according to whatever I've done. You got it? Does it work? You see? I don't even need to right click here and refresh, even though there's a refresh button, but Power Platform, the Dataverse for Teams, right, is live. It's even better than the standalone Power Apps or the Dataverse. Sometimes there are cases whereby the Dataverse tables, even though you updated the data, it seems to be stuck. You have to manually refresh the table and bring the data refreshing into your Power Apps. But Dataverse for Teams, together with your Power Apps embedded into Teams, it is kind of live, especially when you do everything from the web, right? So once you update the data, it will also, wait for a few seconds maybe, it will automatically update. See, monitor required is rejected, so it's red. Make sure you see approval status also automatically shows rejected. When you click headset needed, now how do you do that? Okay, maybe you click play, preview, click the preview button. There, it's rejected. Standing desk required, still approval status blank, but headset needed is approved. So the status reads from our table, our Dataverse table. So you can see the color also is green, right? But hovering, right, is still the different color. See, I can hover my mouse and it still retain the color. Okay. So I can close this. Right. So it's time for us to finally save and publish this particular app. Okay. This is going to be just nice, our timing, whereby we save this app. Okay. Now we can publish to your teams so that it's going to be go live and embedded directly in your teams. So now this is where the publish button will be. Okay. Drop down here, right? When you click drop down, there's manage pins. I don't need to manage the pins. There's one button here on the top right hand side. You can see it's an icon of Microsoft Teams. When you hover your mouse, the tooltip says publish to Teams. That's the button I want you to click. You click publish to Teams, they're saving it. And you can see this is the default icon of Office Home setup. You can click edit details if you want to change the app icon, I click edit details, let's say. I click edit details. I don't like this icon. So you can change the icon to be something else. You can choose some icon, whatever that you like, or you can add your own image, So my icon in this case, maybe, I don't know what icon to put. Let me just simply choose one of icon. I'll choose a smiley face. Okay, and maybe the background color also, I want to change it to something like this. That's the details that I want to change. So that's the app icon. Once you've edited the app icon, you close it. You click once more, publish to Teams. Make sure the app icon is reflecting the icon that you've chosen. Then you click next. Now it's publishing. When you publish, after this, they're going to ask you, okay, you want to embed these Power Apps, right? And which channel in your teams that you want to appear? Obviously, channels available in my GRCX teams here is called general. In my general channel, right, there's 0 tabs. So this is where I want to click this plus sign here to add a tab. See? So once you click the plus sign, can you see your home office setup? That's our app name has been added as a new tab running in my Teams. That's it for now. And you can click save and close. Make sure you click the plus sign, the tab added already, you click save and close. Okay, hang on for a second. All right. Save and close already, done. Now what I want you guys to do is to click back here. Click the back button, not the browser back button. Remember, Power Apps here inside the studio, you can see back. You can click back and you leave because you close, you save already. You click back and you leave, right? Daryl, you say the entry need to be done from inside the Power Apps. Yes. Okay, when you publish it, I believe you're asking me about how to publish, right? And add the tabs, right? It must be done from within. Okay. So now you want to test that, you go back to your teams. You click your teams. Can you see that? Make sure that you're in your GRCX, in your case, a private team there. Can you see now I've got a new tab called Home Office Setup? When I click this Home Office Setup, ooh, you can see now my app is running already. See? It's playing. Can you see that? It launches my app here directly in my Teams. Okay. In the drop down here also, okay, I can actually go and expand. I can reload the tab. I can do all that. You see? The approval status need to be done from inside Power Apps. Yes, because right now we haven't done any Power Automate flow. Remember that we're supposed to submit, okay, wherever that we submit the request, they needs approval. The approval needs to supposed to fire up a Power Automate flow, but we haven't gone through Power Automate yet because that is why to actually change to see our color for now, we just want to quickly do cheating way. Open up the Dataverse table and edit the value. In real world, it's going to be using a flow because this is only the app part. We haven't done the flow part. We haven't done anything else, right? So the flow is supposed to automatically performs the approval. So they can deliver the approval to the manager. Manager say approve, then only approve. If the manager click on rejected, then it will be red color, But just now, I want to immediately see my coloring. So I do cheating, I go directly into the table and edit the record. Okay. So you can see now, I can see my data. So I can see I can also click on new record. They can also give me a new form, right? I can also do something else here, right? Okay, so anyway, I'm just going to cancel. I'm not going to do anything. So the app is running in here. So for those of you who have Microsoft Teams mobile, now too bad I can't actually go and show you any screen from my mobile here. I've recently acquired a new iPhone, so I'm just trying to test on iPhone because all this while I was an Android user, but I do have Teams installed on my iPhone. I go and launch my Teams on my iPhone here, and then I'm going to Teams. I can see my GRCX also. When I go into my GRCX team, I click on General. I want to see more tabs there. I can see my home office setup. Oh yeah, when I tap on it, and it's going to launch in portrait mode. But if I auto rotate, it's going to be in landscape mode, I believe. But I think it's not. Yeah. So in a portrait mode on a phone basis, right, it's going to go into 2 pages. The left hand, they only show the left hand side first, and then the right hand side is different, right? So yeah, I can see on my phone, it's perfect. It's running on my Microsoft Teams as a tab. Too bad I can't. I don't know how to project my iPhone screen to to the laptop, but yeah, it's working. You want to add a new record, it doesn't work, but I think it's working on my side. Let's say, for example, when I click a new record here, the name is, let's say now, chair is needed. So in the category, I choose chair, and I want to choose an ergonomic chair. So I need a comfortable chair for my setup. Then when I click on approve, so you can see a chair is needed. It's added automatically immediately, and it's still gold because why? It's still not yet approved, not yet rejected. Okay. So if it's not, you know what to do, right? Refresh. There's no haywire or whatever. Just refresh and see, because as long as your app is connected, right, it should be working already. Okay. Because all this infrastructure of submitting the data, deleting, and all that, right? It's all given to us, right? So it's just a connection, right? They won't be haywire, I can tell you, because the app was generated for us. We never do any coding for deletion, insertion, or updating. There's nothing, right? We just change the cosmetics only. Something good about Power Apps is that it's readily available, it's readily playable. Any apps here that we design. How do we go back to editing mode? You have to go back to your Power Apps. Click, okay, your Power Apps again. Go back to Power Apps. In Power Apps, you can see there's a start now, right? But don't go start now. You can see under recent apps, this section will come out slowly. You can see home office setup. You click this home office setup, they're going to go back to editing mode. You're going to try to preview inside here and insert, okay? It is impossible that it is not able to, because there's no, your app is already exposed here. So under your data, right, make sure that all these apps are there, requests app and all that. Okay, so make sure you try to preview, you preview the app. When you click preview, you try to click new record here. See whatever you key in, all that, okay, when you submit, it does save there. Or is there any error? Are there any errors? That's the only way to pinpoint, because I'm just afraid that maybe you have accidentally updated or click on a formula that you erase something that you've screwed up some of the formula behind the scene, but it should give you an error. There should be an error, especially here. There will be a red dot under app checker. Okay. You can see the doctor's stethoscope here, right? There's supposed to be a stethoscope that can do some checking of your app. If there's any error, and if you click app checker, if there are no errors, right, then it should not have any problem. All your table, right, all your data is there already. So I'm going to show you how to also able to build a simple flow to do the approval requests, and it's going to deliver the approval request as a chatbot to you directly in Teams. So as a manager, you can approve or reject it, and it will automatically set the approval status. Not like just now, we go inside the table to play, to do some cheating step, to go and change the approval or the rejection. So that will be done through a flow. So now we will be starting to learn how to create, okay, your own flow starting from blank, and we're going to use them to connect to your Dataverse table, right? And in which what we need to do right now is it needs to work everything from Power Apps. So this exercise, right, you will see how we will build a flow that will get triggered, okay, by the submission of the record. This actually triggers an approval process. That means whenever a new request has been submitted into the home office equipment request, right, then they will trigger the flow to run. The flow will just simply deliver an approval task to the manager. Now, of course, right now we don't have a manager here in this scenario. So that means we trigger it ourselves. We send the request to ourselves. We approve or reject ourselves. Everything we test using our single user account, okay? Because it's just to test. So we don't need to really send to our actual manager, lah, right? So this is whereby we are going to test when we click approve, then the status will update to approve, and then the app here will show green color. If we happen to reject the request, then the app will update the status to rejected and the color will be orange red. Okay, so it's just to really test whether the flow can automatically performs that for us. Okay, so are you guys all ready? So this is whereby we have already gotten Power Apps here. Okay, so let me just right click, and I remember to pin this, but it is not pinned there yet. So let me just pin Power Apps there again. Okay, so I would like you all, right, okay, to go into Power Apps, click Power Apps here. Now in your Power Apps, okay, can you remember, okay, that we have got the recent apps we built, the home office setup? Okay, and I want you now to click See More. Click See More here. When you click See More, they will bring you to the build under Power Apps, still under Power Apps. You can see that we have got asset table. Can you see all this? The type is table, 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 3 tables. When we click See All again, there are 4 tables actually. But having said so, right, the 4th table, the user table, is not shown here because the user table is a system table, right? So the system table will not be included, right? But then our app, Canvas app, is there, and 3 tables. All these are included as part of our asset here. Okay. Now what we want to build right now, right, okay, is that these are all assets that is included within our Microsoft Teams platform. You can see under all, we look at all sort of assets. There are 3 tables and 1 Canvas app. But if you want to choose only apps, we click apps, you can see only 1 app. If you click tables, right, we can see 3 tables. Chatbots, we haven't done any chatbot yet. This is Power Virtual Agents. Cloud flows, we also don't have any cloud flows, and that's what we are going to do now, right? This is the portion of Power Automate. So from here, right, cloud flows, I can click New, Cloud Flow, and there are 3 types of flows here. I want all you guys to get to stand by at the same screen that I am in right now. If you did not, you're not able to follow me, let me repeat this again. Back to your Power Apps. Just now here, Home. When you're back to your home here, where you can click Start Now, we are not going to start now. We already have the recently created Home Office Setup app. I want you to click See More. When you are See More here, right, you also can see All. So click See All. Now you are shown this screen where you are looking at all the assets involved inside your Teams environment, your current Dataverse environment, where you can see 3 tables and 1 Office Home Setup. That's app. 3 tables and 1 app. Okay. Now we're going to build a new cloud flow. So clicking New here, Cloud Flow, you can see there are 3 types of flows. Let me zoom in here, okay, and also show you. Hang on. Now when I zoom in here, right, you can see there are 3 different types of apps here, 3 different types of flows: automated, instant, and scheduled. Let me do a brief explanation here. Automated flow is what we're about to do. Automated flow means, right, they are triggered based on an event. They will automatically fire based on what will be the outcome of a certain event. For example, when an email arrives, that's an event. So if we choose a trigger based on when an email arrives, then it triggers the flow to run. Or when a new record is added to your Dataverse table. When a new item is added to a SharePoint list. When a new row is added into an Excel file, okay? Or when a new team member is added to a team. You understand what I mean? So there are thousands and thousands of events that can act as a trigger for your automated cloud flow. Why call it cloud flow? Because it's a flow that runs on the cloud. Okay. The opposite of cloud flow is called a desktop flow, but you don't see it here because desktop flow, it's known as an RPA flow. Okay. Now, I did one GRCX training last year 2022, where I talk about Power Automate RPA. That was where I demonstrated the desktop flow, how robotic process automation, RPA, is covered by Power Automate as well. Of course, if you talk about RPA, the most well-known main champion of the market, right, okay, is used to be UiPath. Okay, if you have heard of UiPath, there are also many other vendors who are on the magic quadrant, the top magic quadrant, the leader. right, in the Magic Quadrant. Well, Power Automate is now one of that, along with UiPath, along with Automation Anywhere, along with Blue Prism. There are many other vendors, okay, which are all championing the RPA component. So Power Automate has the RPA as well, right? And by far most, right, Microsoft has announced since last year that RPA will also make itself free of charge automatically into Windows 11, right, as a desktop engine, which allows you to perform any robotic process automation for any programs running on Windows. And ultimately, this will also be the replacement for Excel macros. So for those of you who are well known to always use Excel macros, right? Very soon, Excel macros will be voided. Okay, will reach the end of shelf life. Why? Because the Excel macro is still using a very primitive VBA language, which is no longer supported, right? So they're moving away out of Excel macros. They make use of RPAs to standardize and consistently apply all these automation, including Excel, including whatever types of program running on Microsoft Windows. But of course, you need Windows 11 onwards. Windows 10 and below, you don't get that. So the machine runtime for the RPA will only come by default with Windows 11, right? Well, but anyway, that's on the RPA. I'm not going to talk so much about RPA. I would just want to focus on Cloudflow. The second part of the Cloudflow, second type of Cloudflow is called instant flow. Instant flow are sometimes known as a button flow. A button flow is a type of flow, right, that does not actually wait for an event. They don't get triggered by an event. They will get triggered based on a button click. Now, most of the time, right, let's say you design a button in your Power Apps screen. You add a button on your Power App screen. When you click the button, you don't write any formula, but rather you will select from a list of flows, and you say when the user click the button, I will trigger this flow to run. Every time the button is clicked, it will trigger the flow. The flow will run as many times as the button was clicked. That's called an instant flow. The flow instantaneously triggers itself to run whenever the button is clicked. Okay. And of course, the last type of flow is called schedule flow, means it runs based on a timer. You can set an interval every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes, every 1 day, every 2 weeks, or whatsoever. So you can set a schedule, right? How frequent, okay, the flow will be triggered based on the interval. Okay. So RPA attended or for unattended in desktop, may I know this little info about this, please? Both, yes. Unattended or attended are actually well accepted. It can be done, all right? But by default are mostly attended. Unattended, you will need to have a little bit of setup, okay? Now, what is attended and unattended? I'm sure if you happen to ask me this, that means you have some experience at RPA. Now, RPA attended means, right, the computer must be signed in, must be unlocked. The screen must be active. So when you run the program, the RPA, the flow can run. But unattended means, right, you can actually lock the Windows screen or you sign out from the Windows screen. So that means the Windows, right, will not be unlocked. It's still in a locked screen. You don't need to sign in, but the bot will still be able to run in the background. All right, that means the flow, the RPA can still run unattended. But with unattended, you need to set up a gateway. The gateway that stores the credential that you want to sign in the background to allow your RPA, your desktop flow to run, even without having the Windows screen to be signed in. Okay, am I right to say that, Sagita? Okay, so that's called attended compared to unattended. Now, these two are definitely supported in your desktop flow. Okay, because anyway, this is Microsoft, or your Windows is Microsoft anyway, so it is seamless for them to be able to run the bot, right? That is why you need to install the Power Automate Desktop Machine Runtime, right, on your computer. So let me just kind of see whether I can show you that. If I type there automate, you can see on my Windows, right? Oh, I cannot zoom in anyway. When I type the word automate, right, you can see I've got Power Automate Desktop already installed, and then you can see Power Automate Machine Runtime. This one, when you download and install Power Automate Desktop, the machine runtime will be prompted for you to install together. This machine runtimes registers your machine, and also this machine will also be qualified for you to enter your credential that allows your agent to store your credential for you to sign in unattended in the background without having your lock screen to be really signed in. So that means your RPA, attended and unattended, are fully supported in Power Automate Desktop. Okay. But do watch out for maybe, I don't know, maybe if there's some requests, I may be able to run another round of RPA flow using Power Automate in the near future. Okay, but I ran one GRCX last year for RPA flow. Okay, but anyway, we are going to do our cloud flow right now. So here, what we're going to do, right, is that I'm going to click new here. Everyone follow cloud flow, and I want it to be automated. Click automated because we want it to be triggered by an event. You see, they ask you for the flow name and they ask you to choose a flow trigger. And I can tell you the flow trigger, right, is something that you should know by now. The flow will be triggered whenever in your Dataverse table a row is added or modified or deleted. But I do not want it to be when it's modified or deleted. Okay, when a row is added, especially when a new row is inserted into the Dataverse table, it will trigger this flow to run. So let's give the flow a name first. Let me zoom in. I call it request approval. That's the name of our flow here. Just call it request approval. I'm sorry, I want a capital A since it's a name. Request approval. Now, choose a flows trigger. I want you to type there, search for Dataverse. When you choose Dataverse, right, they're gonna filter all these triggers, and you can see this is the one. Now, do not choose the Dataverse which is in bracket legacy. Legacy means old one. All right. Legacy wise, last time there are separate triggers. When a row is deleted is one trigger. When a row is modified is one trigger. When a row is added is one trigger. It makes it difficult for you to create a flow that can respond to both added and added and modified at the same time, or added and deleted at the same time, or deleted and modified at the same time. You can't, because it only responds to one single action. That's the reason why now, okay, there is also only one when a row is added, comma, modified, or deleted. So you now can choose, okay, not just based on one action, but you can choose multiple actions that happen on the Dataverse table. Okay. So please choose the green color icon, right? Both also same icon, but different background color. The one it is bright green. When a row is added, modified, or deleted. That's the trigger that I wanted. And I want you to click create right now. Okay, when you click create, you can see now we are in Power Automate, the flow designer, which is embedded in your Power Apps, which is in turn embedded in your Microsoft Teams. So you see, this is wow. Okay, this is how wow it is going to be. You're looking at the Power Automate Flow Designer, but yet there is no Power Automate title there. You still belong to Power Apps. You fire the Flow Designer from Power Apps, but yet this Power Apps is embedded in your Microsoft Teams. This is how many layers of integration now. Okay. So you can see that this is trigger when a row is added, modified, or deleted. Now, look at this. What is the change type? Click the drop down here. Check this out. Look at the change type. Excuse me. Let me just turn this off. Okay. This is my Quillbot thing. All right. Change type. Look at the change type. See? Now you have the luxury of choosing only when some record is created. Or maybe not just created, maybe created or updated. Create or update. Both will trigger the same thing. Or maybe all three, create or update or delete. You can do that. Or you can choose maybe update or delete. So this is actually much, much better, right? Compared to the legacy where you can only handle and respond to one single action. But this is way better. I can choose a combination of different actions together. Okay. But right now, of course, I just want create. No modification, no delete. Anyone who update the record or delete the record, it won't trigger. only when a new record is created, it will trigger. You understand what I mean? And you must choose which table. Well, the table will be, I want to type in there, it's for requests. REQ, you can see requests. So I choose the request table. The scope is for the entire organization. It's not just by a single user, but throughout the entire organization, whoever uses the request, whoever made any new record insertion into the request table, they are going to trigger this flow. Okay. So that's our trigger. Change type is create, table name is requests, and the scope is organization. Done. Let's click new step. New step. All right. So when that gets triggered, what is your first step? Now remember, it can be many users using the same app to keep on insert a new request, so there can be many, many requests. Every request, right, they insert a new row into the Dataverse table, the same table. And in this case, the flow can be triggered multiple instances. They can run multiple instances per row being added into the Dataverse. So the most important thing is that you do not want the flow, right, okay, to go and update the wrong record instance. So that's the reason why the most important first step, right, is to retrieve and get the row by the ID. Which row am I going to modify? So now I'm going to actually choose an operation whereby I can see Microsoft Dataverse. Okay. So you choose Dataverse. All right. And in the Dataverse, right, you can see now get row by ID. Choose get a row by ID. That's what I want. Read get a row by ID. Okay. You need to follow closely. Yeah. Which one do we need to choose? Is Dataverse. Yeah. Search for Dataverse. You have to type it. Okay. So when a row is added, modified, or deleted, don't choose the legacy. Okay. Look at the icon. You must take note of the icon. It's a bright green. The other one is like a gray one, right? So once it's row added, modified, or deleted, make sure that inside is create, request, and organization. Now inside, when the first step we add, we also choose Microsoft Dataverse. I want to choose get a row by ID. This is the first action. I want to read which row was inserted, because there can be many rows inserted into the table. All right. And then we need to find out which row is the one that is triggered by this flow. Okay. So get a row by ID. So which table name? You know that it's going to be, again, the same request table. Choose request table. Now, when you click row ID here, now you see the dynamic content will appear on the right-hand side. Dynamic content, right, it is exposing properties that you can use to replace the row ID. Now, the row ID that you need to choose, right, is based on the asset value. Row ID, right, gets actually represented by the asset value. So select, because asset got type or value. So I want the value, choose asset value. So every row in your Dataverse, right, is actually uniquely identified based on the asset and then the value, right? So this can be the unique identifier, because if you have a table that has a unique identifier, you go and select which particular column can be the unique identifier. So I want the row ID to be identified by the asset, okay, and then in bracket the value of the asset. Got it? Yeah. So make sure that when you say get row by ID for the first step, you choose asset and then in bracket the value. Okay. So this is how I uniquely identify which row. Now, once we know the row by the ID, we need to add a new step. The next step that we're going to add, right, is for us to start the approval process. So new step here, I want you to type there, search for approval. And you can see the bright blue color approvals. In the approvals connector, you can see create an approval, wait for approval, or just say start and wait for approval. Because it's from the same process, we don't need to create a separate approval. We just start and wait for an approval. we choose start and wait for an approval. So it will create a connection to the approval service. Okay. So start and wait for approval. Okay. Now, what is the approval type? Now, remember this, the approval type can be two types. Either everyone must approve. If you have got multi-tier approval, let's say you got 2 or 3 persons need to approve. So all of them must approve in order to signify it's a complete approve. If either one has rejected, then it is going to be a full reject. Or you can choose, even though there are 2 or 3 approvers, the first to respond, if the first person rejects, it's reject. If the first person approves, then it is approved. So I want to choose first to respond. I don't need multiple people to approve at the same time. So I choose first to respond. That's the type that I wanted. Okay, so now we need to fill in the title and assign to whom. So the title, I want to put there, home office equipment. This is going to be the title of the message that is going to be delivered. Now, depending on whether you are going to deliver this approval, right, as an email address or directly as a Teams. So we want this, okay, to be sent to a Teams actually, right? Or you can type in, okay, even the email address and send as an Outlook 365, okay, Office 365 Outlook. But I'm just going to put in the title here. It's just like an email. Home office equipment request. That's a title. Now, assign to. Now, in real world, you're going to read, right? Maybe there's a manager or whoever, but right now, I want to hard code the email address. Now I'm going to put in myself. I type that there, and you can see, wait for a while. You're going to search through the Office users, and you can see my name there under my gemrain.net because I'm using my gemrain.net tenancy. For those of you who are using a trial subscription, please ensure you type the same username that you log in right now. It should come out with the what dot on Microsoft.com. Okay. So I hard coded every approval will be sent to yourself. And in this case, sent to myself. Okay. In real world, you may want to actually send it to, let's say, a manager or something like that. So in the details box, now let me talk about this right now. In the details box right now, I'm going to type some dynamic content. I'm going to key in something. For example, first of all, I'm going to put in the details of equipment requested, colon. That means what is the equipment requested? Then I'm going to over to my asset name here. Look for the asset name. Let's say I'm just going to search here, asset, right? And I want to select the asset name. Is there an asset name there? Under asset, I'm looking at asset value. Wait, hang on. I think I need to, is there a C more there? I'm supposed to be able to get the name of the asset. Asset category, asset value. How do you do that if I want to send to the manager? Okay, now the manager, now either if you have a column name, right, okay, that is actually set to the manager, or you have to key in, okay, an Office 365 user. You have to create a connection to your Office 365 user profile. You got to create connector to user profile, and then you actually read the user's manager name. But we did not actually create, okay, a connector to the Office 365 users. So you have to add a connector, all right? So most of the time, right, okay, if you want to set that, right, okay, before this start wait for approval, you need to add a step and an action. I just demonstrate this. You type there Office, under Office right there, Office 365 users. When you select that, and you can see from here under Office 365 users, right, get my profile there, get manager V2. You choose get manager. That's all. So you add this step into it, read the manager, they store into from there, and then you can use the value of who's the manager and put it as a dynamic content. Okay. But we don't have a manager yet, so I'm just going to delete this one. So that's why I hard code it here right now. So my details right now. So hang on. I've got a name here. This name, let me think. I'm supposed to have asset name. Asset name is from my asset table, right? But I don't get the asset name column. Asset value. From my request table, hang on. How should I go about it? Now, I need to open up another Power Apps. Hang on. I need to go right click here. I think I need to go and duplicate something because I cannot remember my asset table column name, because I remember that the request table, right? Is it called asset name? Asset name, I think it was on the assets table, right? It's not an asset table name. I'm supposed to have an asset name because equipment is the name of that. So because if I put in the details, right, equipment name, the name column is what? I need to refer to that. Remember, asset name and asset table name is different thing. Asset table name, right, okay, is actually referring to the table name of the asset, which is asset. But I want the asset name. For example, ergonomic chair, 20, whatever, curve monitor, 24-inch. That's the name column containing all the equipment name. That's a column name, right? So table name is not. I want a column name that stores all the value of my equipment. So you got to know what's going on here. So let me just try to duplicate. Hang on. Let me just try to see what I can do. Let me open up another Teams here. I do not want to come out from here. So in my Teams right now, I want to look into my table. Our apps. Just give me a moment. I want to duplicate that. It's a bit weird. Okay, that get my row here, asset, the value. Because the asset table, asset here by the value should be correct already. Okay, I think I know what's going on. My table name, when I get the row by ID, right, because I'm doing a lookup, I cannot be using requests. Oh, sorry, my mistake. When I go to get a row by ID, I want to identify by the asset, right? So the table name here, right, will be assets, not requests, sorry. Assets. Choose assets table. This one is asset value that uniquely identifies each asset, correct? Remember, in the get row by ID, the table name is assets. Then is asset value here. This is correct. Now, in your details right now, let me zoom in. Now I type the equipment needed, colon, space. Hang on. Equipment needed, or not equipment needed. I think it's supposed to be equipment requested, right? Equipment requested, colon, space. Now, here you can see asset name already, see? I can find asset name already. Click asset name. So equipment requested, so whatever asset name I uniquely get from the row, I will be able to see what asset name is that. Okay. So make sure, okay, that the table before that, this one, okay, must be assets, not requests. Because in the request, right, we need to do a lookup using the asset. That's why this asset value is acting as a unique identifier that will be used to look up from the main asset table. From the main asset table, we know what is the asset name for which equipment requested, because it's a lookup. Okay. Can you find that now? Asset name, that's a column name from the assets table. Because earlier on, I've accidentally chosen requests. Okay, got it. Now press enter. Now, what are the comments? I want to also show what is the comments. Comment space, colon space. And I want to look at comments. So look for comments. The comments, right, okay, will be based on the comment column. Go down. There you go, comments. Select the comments column. There, comments. If you're lazy to scroll down, you can always search for it. There's a search bar here in the dynamic content. So this is something like doing mail merge, So we type something fixed, and then we read the dynamic value from each of the column. What is the asset name? They're going to append there. Okay. And then comments, read the comments, and they're going to concatenate there. So it's just like doing word mail merge like that. Okay. So that's all. That's all in the details. So that means the approver is going to receive this message that details someone wanted to get approval. What's the equipment and what's their comment? That's all they see in the body of that message. Okay. Now we're gonna do a condition now. After this approval has been done, right? Okay. Now click new step, and we're gonna search for that. Immediately you can see a condition. We create condition. You see, when you create condition, you can see a branch. Based on this condition, if yes, what will they do? If no, what will they do? Left and right. Okay. Whoever, Joey, yes, that's correct. Okay. Can we do multiple row by ID? You want to read multiple row by ID, you make sure, okay, that you get a second character, get row by ID, and then make sure, okay, that the name here, okay, must be stored separately. Usually you have to declare variable and store them separately, because since you are trying to read data, right, okay, and you want to use the data in separate steps, you have to do that. No choice, okay? Usually we read only one because we're trying to do a one single lookup. Okay, we want the table, we want the approval, right? We just show what is the asset name, okay? But if you want data that comes from separate related tables, you will need to get another separate get row by ID, okay? All in one step? No, need separate steps, okay? So make sure that the name of the step, okay, must be uniquely identified. Okay. Now, in the condition, what is our condition to check, okay, in order to determine yes or no? Of course, we want to know the user, the manager or the approver, click what step. So choose a value here. The value will be outcome. From the outcome of my approval, look at the icon. The icon comes from the previous step, which is from the approval. So we are waiting for the approval, right, to either click the the approve or reject button. Okay, so that is stored in the outcome. So if the outcome is equal to approve, the value is equal to the value approve. Now remember, the word you type here is very important, yeah? Okay, you don't type past tense. It's either approve or reject. No past tense. Capital A P P R O V E, approve. Or if you're testing for rejection, right, you type capital R E J E C T, reject. Not approved or rejected, no. Because this is a single noun that actually shows it's actually a verb. No past tense, nothing. It's the root word itself. Outcome is equal to approve, right? Even though our status value is approved or rejected, but they're not testing for that equivalent. They're just talking about the outcome of the approver clicking which button they see in the approval. So if the outcome is equal to approve, now on the left hand side, green color, if yes. So if yes, what are we going to do? Add an action first. Let's not worry about if no. We go to if yes, if it's approved, add an action. The action, right, is to go to Dataverse again, correct? Just click Dataverse. And we're going to update a row. Look for update a row. Why? We want to update the same row to approved. Update a row, Dataverse. Which table are we updating? We're going to go back to requests table, because the approve or reject, right, is inside request. And which is the row ID? Now the row ID is going to be based on the request, because request table, the unique row ID is called a request. Look for request. I'm going to do a search. Okay, request. Not request number, yeah? The unique identifier is not our auto number, request number, no. We use, okay, you can see that. The description says unique identifier for entity instances, not request number. There is already a description that accompanies this. It's a unique identifier. They're looking for unique identifier here, okay? So the row ID is we are updating the requests table, and the row ID is the request. And when we click request, there is only name, but show advanced option, you can see all the columns in each of that particular table. So what are we updating? What are we updating? We are actually only updating the approval status drop down from approved or rejected, which is approved. That's all. Okay. It is impossible for you not to be able to find requests. Remember, the table name is requests. You should have a request. If you have created the relationship, if it's a lookup, you will get a request. If you can only see request number, right, I'm afraid your lookup was not set up earlier. When you create a column, initially, when we first started way back there, you did not create the table, the column type as a lookup. It was a lookup. Okay. So the request must be there. Then only you can see approved. So that is why, like I say, in the initial, the first time, okay, when we set up the table, that is really, really important, or else you won't be able to continue with the rest of the exercises because the design is all wrong. It's all set up wrongly. Okay, remember that, huh? When we created a lookup, that has already created a request object. So the request column, it's actually the unique identifier so that you can point to which row, and now we update to approved. So in the if no path, okay, that's it. In the if no, add an action again. So in the if no, you got to do the same thing. Again, Dataverse. Again, also update a row. Update a row. The table name is also the same. Request table. Again, the name, the row ID. The row ID, right, will be your request object, the request column again. In your dynamic content, request. And now in the show advanced option, the approval status is just rejected. You see, if yes and if no, both also will update a row. Both also update the same table. But it's just that this one set the status to approve, this one set the status to rejected. That's it. They're just going to update the row and assign a correct value. So let's quickly save the flow. Just click save. There's a save button, click save the flow. There is a warning. See, in your flow checker, there is a warning. The warning says that your approval, right, will only be installed and activated when you first run your, see, there, start and wait. Power Automate approvals has not been installed for this environment. Run this approval flow at least the first time to start your provisioning. I can tell you guys, this approval service, right, the provisioning will take easily 10 to 15 minutes. So even if you initiate the first test, the flow can be running, but it won't tell you the flow is running yet. You may be thinking, hey, how come the flow so slow to get triggered? Because first time they still need to install and provision the approval service in the background. So even if you've just added a new record into the request table, supposedly to trigger the flow, you won't see the flow running, at least for the first 10-15 minutes. Those of you who are lucky, maybe after 5 minutes, you can see the flow running. But I have actually tested it many times. Most of the time, it will take at least 10 to 15 minutes wait time before the approval service gets properly provisioned. Okay? So that is why this warning is not an error, it's a warning, it's no problem. We shall need to launch this, we shall need to initiate this first time. So after we save already, right, let's click back button here. When we click back, right, you can see they have added more assets to your solution. You can see request approval, that's your cloud flow. And they have also added a couple of connectors, one approval connector name, one Dataverse connector name. Already increased the number of assets in your solution now. Okay. So now, apparently right now, okay, they are going to deliver an email, okay, for us. I did not actually set this approval, right, okay, to sent to us as a direct message in your Teams. So you need to get ready your email, okay? Because since this is actually using my tenancy, I am not going to open up and show you my email here first, but I am going to actually wait for it to happen. So I will need to go back to my Teams and let's start testing it. I'm going to leave this, going back to my Teams here so that I can see my app, and I'm going to try to initiate my flow to be triggered. I'm going to click new record now. And then I'm going to key in, okay, the first one. So I'm going to fill up something like, for example, I want a new chair. Just call it new chair. Category is chair. I want it to be a high back chair, brown. Okay, I need a comfortable chair for my new home office. That's it. When I click submit, right, this is going to insert a new record into my Dataverse table, the request table, and it's supposed to trigger my flow for the very first time. But like I said, that it can take up to 15 minutes to work for the first time because there are many things to install in the background. Okay, so if you don't see the email straight away, we shall need to, have a short break, something like that lah. We will still be here. We are not going to go for a break yet. Our break is going to be at 3 o'clock. But let me just click submit right now. And you can see the new chair has already been inserted. Okay. And like I said, that the flow is not going to run instantaneously yet. And I still don't get my email here. I've opened up my Microsoft Outlook. I don't see any email delivered yet. Okay. So let's chill first, right? Because it's not going to be there yet. I can even open up my Power Automate, okay, to check the status of my flow. How do I get to my Power Automate? Since I only got Power Apps, I may need to add the Power Automate app. So those of you who triggered a new record already, I'm sure there's nothing else we can do. We just need to wait for the 15 minutes. But I will show you how to also install Power Automate and integrate into your Teams. Pretty much like what we did for Power Apps this morning. So click Apps here. Go back to Apps here. Search for the word Power. And you can see Power Automate here. Click on it. And I want you to add to a team, just like your Power Apps this morning. Add to a team and choose your private team this morning. In my case, it's GRCX. I just click Setup. When I click Setup, again, I'm not going to post anything to my channel. I just got to save it. So I've got my Power Automate, right, supposed to be installed. You can see that Power Automate will appear as a new tab as well. But utilizing my Power Automate tab, I want to see whether I can view my approval flow. I want to check the status here. You see? There. You don't have any flows, it says here. I'm supposed to have a flow, but I believe the flow was created as part of Power Apps, I can't see the status here. If I can't see the status here, it's okay. Let me try to refresh again the whole thing. I may need to go back to Power Apps since I created it inside Power Apps. Okay, so confirm. I can't see separately outside of Power Apps. I got no choice. I got to return to Power Apps. In my Power Apps, right, remember? Back to your Power Apps. If you go back to the home here, you click See More. When you click See More here, right, I want to click on See All. And I can see my request approval. Now, in the request approval, this is my cloud flow. You click a triple dot, right? You don't click edit, we're not editing the flow. Rather, you click the flow, you can see details. I want to view the details of the flow. Click details. And in my details, I can see my run history. Oh, okay, you see, mine is running now. It shows running already. But you can see how long it was running, 2 minutes already, you see? But I am yet to receive any emails. I don't see any emails yet. I'm connected to my Outlook anyway. And see whether I can launch my Outlook web. I've got lots of emails here. Some of these are my TNC emails here. No, I don't see any emails here. Anyway, I've got my Outlook app already running on my laptop. This one I can close. But you can see that it's already running. Like I said, that it's going to run for the next 10 minutes maybe. So just refresh here, click this refresh button. You can see it is again running for 3 minutes already, but yet no email. So we're going to have to chill for a while. Okay. Make sure you get your email ready. Those of you who are using the trial version, okay, your subscription that you created as a trial, please launch your Outlook web. Again, click here. You can see your Outlook. Launch your Outlook, which is your blank Outlook. Because since it's trial, you don't have much emails anyway. Those of you who are using your own organization tenancy, you just need to launch your own Outlook. You will get an email from the approval. Okay. So just hang on there. See more again. I can see my request approval workflow. I don't want to click inside. I just click see all. Always in see all where I can see all my assets. The triple dot here, I can click on details. So this is how I look at the details of my flow. You see, again, status is running and the duration has been running for full 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes already. Still takes time. In the meantime, we can have the time, okay, for some of you guys to catch up a bit. Okay, now for Putu Nicole, you said that you couldn't find the request, right? Only request number. You have to really evaluate your design, your table design. So since we're still waiting, I don't see any of my emails. I haven't received anything. Let me show you how to review your table design. Okay, you go back to home here in your Power Apps. You go home, you go build, you go about, right? You go back to home here. All right. Now you can see more again. Go to see more. Okay. Then when you go into the the request table, I believe it's going to be the request table. In the request table here, right, you click the request table. They will go into your table design. Okay. Now in the table design, right, I want you to click on edit button. Click this edit button here. Now this edit button actually shows you all these columns. These columns is, man, it's not a column. They're showing you only name, created on, all right. Okay. Now I don't want to show created on. Rather, I want to show, let's say, asset category, the comments, and request number. Click save. So now you've got this type of view. So actually your column, right, asset is a lookup. Asset category is a lookup. That is the lookup that will give you the request object, the column. You don't see the request column here, but it's only when you have created a proper lookup column to the asset table, lookup column to the asset category, then you get the request. Okay. Some of you guys are already receiving that email. Very good. Just wondering, is the Cloudflow same as a Power Automate? Well, Cloudflow is a type of Power Automate is a product name. It's like Toyota. So Power Automate is Toyota. Cloudflow is Vios, Corolla, Camry. So Cloudflow is Power Automate, Cloudflow. Power Automate, Desktop Flow. It's a type of flow part of Power Automate. Okay. Power Automate is a brand name. Okay. Now, let me see. There you go. I've got a new email just arrived. And yes, excellent. There you go. See, I've got my new email that pop up. Home office equipment request. Look at that. This is how the email looks like. It's approvals from Power Automate. Let me see. There's an icon. Requested by the name. There you see. This is actually the information. Equipment requested there. High back chair brown. So they read the column name. Comments. I need a comfortable chair for my new office home. All right, my home office here. So I've got approve and reject. Now, again, let me close this. Let me reopen again. Sometimes, right, okay, this button will be redesigned sometimes because supposedly the button may not look like this, okay? Hang on, I click again. The button's supposed to be something that when you click, they will ask you for a comment, Try to open up again. Okay, so if it's the same, right, then fine. Now, I'm going to try to approve right now. When I click approve, there. They will then ask you for a comment. It's optional anyway. You don't want to put in any comment, right? I just click submit. It's okay. So just click submit. So when we click submit, right, they're going to update the row. And in order for you to check whether it's approved or not, right now, I'm just going to go back to my Power Apps. I'm going to open back, my Teams. I go back to my Teams. And I'll view my office, my home office setup. Let's see whether it's green. Yes, my new chair is green color. Look at that. I click my new chair is really approved. Finally, it works. Okay. And if I create another new record now from here onwards, right, the email that you will get, it's going to be faster. So now I'm going to click a new record. Let's try again. I want, let's say, a better desk required. The category will be a desk. Asset, I want it to be a storage desk. I need a desk which I can store more things in. Store more things. That's it. I just submit. So when I submit, it's still gold color. Okay, and I should be able to get another email. I'm monitoring my Outlook again. It should trigger my flow. I haven't got my email yet. I always got this error. Don't worry. Okay, I've got another email. All right, there you go. See? This is the whereby I've got the storage desk. I need a desk which I can store more things. This time I'm going to reject this guy. I'm going to click reject. I'm not going to enter any comments. I just want to test the red color. I just click submit. And once submitted, I'm back to my app here. Okay. And maybe since we have opened this one up, right? Maybe it won't get updated as red color as yet. But I'm going to click new chair. I'm going to go back to my better desk required. If it's not yet updated, I believe we need to refresh this. So click this guy, reload tab. You can click reload the tab. When you reload the tab, there you go. Better desk required is now red color, rejected. Done. Okay. Because once it has been published as a tab, right? So you may need to reload the tab. Then you can see the records are updated accordingly. So the flow works perfectly fine. Okay, make sure that you guys have that. But do you know what? Something lacking in our flow here, it's like after we have updated the approved or rejected, the user didn't receive any notification. Hey, you have already been approved, or hey, your request has been rejected. We never tell anything, correct? Okay, so that is why we need to update our flow to make it a better with a better capability to help notify the user, right? Don't just leave them, hey, so what's going on? Is it approved or not? So every time I need to come to here and check whether it's approved or rejected. So I want to be able to receive a notification. So let's edit our flow to do that. Okay, let's add on something. So how do we do that? So let's go back to Power Apps. Remember, wait for the recent apps here. See more and see all. Click see more here and click see all here. When you see more and see all, the last one, request approval, which is a cloud flow, Now you click triple dot and edit the flow. You can edit the flow here. Edit it, okay? Right, cool. You see, this was the flow how we designed earlier. And you can see that the condition is where we stopped at. So let's expand the condition. Click the condition header to expand it. This thing is really... Okay, expand the condition. So now, you know that if yes, approve, I just update the row. I didn't do anything else after that. Even if no, also rejected, I also just update to rejected, and we never send notification. So you should know by now that we need to add an action. Okay. So now what we need to do, right, is that we need to identify who's the owner to send the notification. Correct or not? So we don't just simply send an email. So first of all, in the if yes, add an action, I also want to get a row by ID. Get Microsoft Dataverse again, get a row by ID again to identify who's the owner. So we need to go to the users table. Select, type the user. So you can see users table. Look for users table here. Get a row by ID. After update row, now we're going to get a row by ID again. Users, go into the users and try to look up who is the owner. So we choose in the row ID, right, for owner. Look for owner value there, owner value, like this. Make sure the table name that you're looking, that you're getting a row by ID, right, is users, and the row ID, the dynamic content is owner and value. We want to read the value of the owner, and we're going to cross-check that that's the email address that I will send a reply to. Owner in this case means the owner of the action who actually created the row. But I'm no longer interested to send email. I want to send it directly into my Microsoft Teams as a private chat. I'm going to show you how to do that. Every time email, very boring. Okay, so I want now to send as a DM to you in Microsoft Teams, since we are doing Teams here. So after I get a row by ID too, we're done here. Add an action still below here. Now choose Teams. Filter for Teams. You can see Microsoft Teams. Under the action part of the Microsoft Teams, right, I want you to look for post a message in a chat or channel. Let me zoom in. Post, there you go, this one. Post message in a chat or channel. Select that. They're going to sign into Microsoft Teams now using the connector. And the action is post message in a chat or channel. So we're going to post this as a flow bot. So that means they're going to use the bot, right, to send a message to you. Post in where? You want to post it into a channel? No, I want to post as a private chat with the Flowbot. So the Flowbot will send not to a team or a channel, but directly to the recipient. Now the recipient in this case, right? Now I'm going to actually choose something. Now, actually, when I get row by ID, the owner, right, I can actually get the dynamic content, who's the owner. So there, from get row by ID to just now, right, I can actually see what is the email address. There you go, first name, last name, there, primary email. That's a primary email I want to send to the person. Okay, so I'm going to choose primary email. The primary email is the one that I want to get, okay, so that's the correct recipient to receive this message, okay? Now, the message I want to send to the user, right, as a notification will be slightly longer. So I'm going to put this here with a bold, approved. Wow, see? I'm going to design nicely, approved. Okay, enter, no bold. Your request has been approved by who? Okay, I'm going to look for the approver name. So I choose here approver. I type the word approve. I will have the approver name, the responses approver name. Choose responses approver name. Okay, now when you click responses approver name, right, they will automatically put it into this apply to each. Okay, they will automatically put it into an apply to each. Do not worry. Now, because the response can be more than one response, that's why they put it into for each responses. That means that for each responder, it can be multiple approver, even though in our case, it's the first to respond. So that is why they put it into like a for each loop, apply to each. So your post message is inside apply to each. Do not be troubled. Do not be worried. This is normal. So now I want you to expand the post message again inside the big apply to each box. Don't worry about that. Okay. So just continue here. The moment you choose responses approval name, you will get something. How come everything gone? Huh? But they have replaced and put the box inside the apply to each. Right? Don't worry. Expand the Teams box again. Post message here again. Let me zoom in and we continue typing. So the responses approval name has been approved by. Okay. And then enter. Okay. Then I put there. Okay. Details, colon. Okay. Who's the request name? Okay. Now the request name, right, okay, will be the name of the requester. So I will go down here, look for the name. Now type their name. So the name here, right, there are many names, but you have to look at from where they come from. So from the time when a row is added or modified or deleted. Okay. The request name. So we choose the name. The name, right, okay, is actually not the requester name, This is the request name. That means that it's like a high chair needed or I need this, That's just the name. Okay, remember like what was highlighted by Eric? Okay, this is not the requested name. Do not be surprised. Don't be confused. The name column, right, actually shows I need this, I need that. Okay, so it's just the name. That's a detail, right? Then after that, okay, I press and enter again. I will put in the asset name now. I want the asset name, asset, and I want the asset name there. From the get row by ID, I got asset name. Enter. I put there request number. Request number, number, colon. I also put in the request number. Look for request number. And if you want, I can put in approvers comments. This time you may want to display the approvers comments. So I type the word comments. I got responses comments. Okay. So this is what I've done. And this approve here, maybe I can increase the font size to 14 points, bold. This details also, maybe I want to actually underline it and bold it, something like that. So this will be the outcome. I'm going to stay here for a while so that you guys have an idea based on the name of the dynamic content that I added. So at least, okay, I get a notification from my Power Automate bot directly as a DM to me in my Teams. Approve, I'll say approve. Rejected, I'll have another rejected. Maybe I want to be a bit adventurous to color it differently. Or I color it green. There you go. Ooh, approve is green. Approved date time can be also included if you want to approve date time. So your request has been approved by this guy, okay? And then put it at space or enter at what time? So let's look at the, hang on. Let's run through the approvers information. Let's see. I've got the outcome, approval ID, title details, responses, approve ID, name. Is there a time there? Oh, they don't have a time lah. I don't think so. They've got the time, but when they apply, I think the approver, right? You can actually choose the time that the update. Let's see whether when they update the row, is there a timer? Or maybe you know what? Just insert a timer. Okay, because you know that when at what, right? I can just immediately grab the system clock, correct or not? So here, okay, I can just put in expression. In the expression, you switch from dynamic content to expression here. You type there UTC. There you got UTC now. That's it. UTC now. And then you can click OK. So there I've inserted UTC now. That's the date and time. All right. Cool. If you got a responses date, I remember that there is a responses date, but hang on, let me just see. But usually I put in even date and time and all that even faster. So responses. Hang on. I don't see any responses date or time. If you can see the date and time, but I don't get it here. I don't know why. Because maybe mine is start and wait for the approval. Right. So if you have actually created it, it depends on also the because that's actually approval date. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure whether the time is there, but usually I love to use UTC now. This one grabs immediately, okay, the date and time, right, from for the server clock, from the cloud date and time. So I can just put in with an expression. That should do it as well. Maybe I press an enter here. Okay. Right. Okay, the flow only allowed to having two options. What if I want to like add tentative or KIV? Well, your option here, we only got approved or rejected. If your approval status, you add a third option, right? Then you have to check again. If the condition is approved, then do this. Else, if it's the third one, second one, then how? Then the third one, you're gonna have a condition within a condition to check more on that. Or I rather you use switch also. Because if you got more than how many options, right, there's a switch rather than condition. Condition checks for two, either yes or no, correct? But if you got more than that, you got 3 or 4 options, then you use switch. There's a switch controller, okay? So you can do that, no problem. Okay, so you've got approve, tentative, KIV or whatever, it can be done, all right? So let me kind of show you. Let's say add, right? Add an action. Under control, right? You can see there's something called switch. So ours was condition. Condition only got 2, either yes or no, male or female, black or white, true or false, right? But if you got more than that, then it's a switch. Okay, you can use that switch control. So condition is only two outcomes. Okay, so I have posted a message in the chat channel here. Get a row by ID 2. So that's only the user table and owner value. That's it. Let me just do a screen grab, easier. If you want to know this is going to be that. Paste it to the meeting chat. There you go. That's my get a row by ID 2. You can see stupid bug here. Can you see this fella in my screen dancing? I don't know what, sometimes it's dancing there. So I quickly do a save first. Let me save my flow first because I didn't save yet. Now remember, I'm lazy to do if no, yeah? Okay. The approvals database provisioning job is still in progress. Ah, man. But anyway, I've saved it. I'm lazy to do the same thing for no. So I just want to test if yes. Okay, if approved. Let me just test whether I will receive that uh, notification or not. So now once I've already saved it, okay, I'm just going to go back. Okay, I'm going to go back to my Teams and I'm going to do a test right now. So I'm going to create a new record once more. I'm going to put it as needed new headset. So it's going to be the type of headset. I need a wireless on-ear headset. Okay. I need a comfortable headset that I can wear whole day. Okay. And I'm going to submit. So it's gold color still, no problem. And I'm waiting for my email so that I will approve it. After approve, I'm going to go to my chat and ensure that, okay, this chat was our Teams meeting right now. I'm going to have a new chat later on sent to me by the Power Automate bot, but not until I approve it first, okay? So I'm going to hang on here. I'm still waiting for my email. Okay, I've got my email already here. You see that? All right, so I'm going to click approve because I want to test approve. I did not do the notification for reject. So now I need, as an approver, I want to put in the comments, okay? Okay, no problem. You have my green light. Buy at your own cost. At your own cost. So I click submit. Once it's submitted, they're going to update. And there you go. See, immediately, almost instantaneously, I got a new chat from the bot. It's called Power Automate. Look at that. This is a chat given to me by the bot. See the details. Your request has been approved by that. There you go. That's a date and time, usually shown in the form of UTC now. Then the details, need a new headset or whatever. Request number is what? Approvers comments, okay, no problem, and all that. So this is delivered to me as a notification directly. Okay. So that's the bot sending the message directly to me in my Teams. Okay. So it works fine. And if I reopen my app in my Teams, okay, go back to my home office. Hang on. Go to my home office setup. It should be green color. There you go. Approved. Okay, you guys got it? So if you want to test the reject, right, I'm sure you guys know that you will need to also edit, okay, the flow again, see more, see all, triple dot the flow and edit again. In the flow editing, you will need to also open up the branch. If no, you're going to replicate the same thing again, okay? So in the condition, you expand. When you expand, they apply to each. This post message in chat or channel, you got to add an action of this post message in chat or channel. Replicate everything. Is just that now it's no longer approved. Okay, it's just rejected with a red color, whatever, and then the rest of these things, okay, the message, you can just customize it with a negative message rather than a positive message. Okay. So that's what we're going to have here. Okay, how do you know which refer to which one? Remember, these are just names. Remember, you see, this one, get a row by ID too. That's the name of the step. So that means these are the properties returned by these steps, okay? And then get a row by ID is this one, see? So that's a title. That means that these are the property values that are gotten, okay, by this step. From this step, whatever that you get, you get the data, okay? Update a row 2. Update row 2 is this one. From this step, you get what data, you know? So that's dynamic content. The dynamic content refers to the step name. So if you can rename the step, you know, triple dot, rename it. Whatever name that you rename, it can be a more meaningful name, then it can guide you, okay, where these properties, these content come from or returned by which step, okay? For example, this is a get step. Get step means, okay, it returns information. This information can be used in the future steps. You get it? Okay. So you can see, right, because based on when you click here, right, these dynamic content, right, the names here, they look very familiar, right? See, these names definitely you see in the title. Get row by ID. Sometimes you got when a row is added, modified, or what. These are names of the steps. These steps return what data? This one's return what data? Okay, Daryl. So you should know that these are properties, these are information or content returned by that particular steps. Okay. So most of the time, I didn't really tell you how much what you should do, but usually in best practices, right, you have to go and rename this. Okay. Because since it's just a simple one-day training, so that is why I just want to showcase in this one-day training, you guys get to have a feel of practicing it, right? But at least, right, okay, you get an exposure of what Power Platform integrated into Teams can do. But in a full-day training, then I've got more time to deep dive into it. I explain from every corners and all that. Okay. Are we allowed to download Power Apps report in Excel? Power Apps is not reporting, yeah. Power Apps is the app. The report portion is Power BI. So Power BI reports, right? Okay, you can't actually download into Excel. The report is Power BI because Microsoft is advising people to move out of Office Excel to go into Power BI. So the report is done in Excel. The only thing that you can actually shift back to Excel is the data. The data that you massage and you clean in Power BI can be copied and pump it back to Excel. That's it. Other than that, the reporting is all individual, okay? So there is no way that you can get the report back into Excel. Microsoft is already recommending people to move out of Excel, and you are expecting Microsoft to allow you to go back into Excel. Not really, okay? Microsoft wanted you to continue using Excel as a source of data, but reporting, move out of Excel. Okay, it should be done in Power BI. It's not, Excel is not a reporting tool, yeah? Excel is a spreadsheet program. So you use the program as it should be, right? It's not really, don't use Excel for everything, you know? So Power Apps, again, Power Apps is not for reporting. Power Apps is to build an app that allows you to, you know, create and design an interface to start collecting data, to browse your data so that you can edit, you can create new, you can delete the data. So all this data collected will be stored in the backend storage, then using Power BI to connect to the storage and generate reports. Okay. Status code bad requested. We will try to do that because rejected. You cannot. You are trying to do the copy. Did you copy and paste it, or you just do from scratch? Email template, the template validation. They say that you copy and paste it. If you copy and paste it, okay, it will be a bit worrying. All right. Don't use copy paste. Copy paste has got lots of things that you can't reuse because the content inside, okay, you follow a path on the green side. Now on the red side, you cannot have to anticipate that the content is going to be the same. I rather you construct again. And usually, right, okay, whatever we copy and pasted the template, the content inside we remove the dynamic content and we set again. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you here is this. Okay. In the post message, you don't copy and paste to this apply to each, you know. I only copy and paste this guy. Triple dot here. Okay. I do a copy to my clipboard. All right. Then inside this here, new action, right? Add an action here. Click here. My clipboard, you can see this guy. So when you click here, you got post message in chat or channel. Now, because inside, right, you've got a primary and then you've got, you can see that the responder, all these things are gone. So you have to delete off all this, and you start from 0 again. As a template, okay, right? Then after that, approve by whom? Place a cursor here. You have to do again the responses approver name, correct? That's the responses approver name. So when you click this, they're going to automatically place it into another apply to each, you see? Then start filling up again the same thing. Every cursor where you put things, you have to do it. You only copy and paste, right, the whole block, and whatever message that you type, the content, the dynamic content, delete one by one off and you recreate again. Because it's going to be very clumsy, if you copy and paste, literally taking the same path, it's going to violate a lot of things. That is what's happening there, okay? So let me delete this whole thing. I don't want that. Okay, guys, we are done here, and we shall go for a quick break. Again, another 15 minutes break. We are going to start with our last topic. We only have mere 45 minutes or maybe 40 minutes from, we're going to get back. Now it's 3:05. We're going to return at 3:20. So we're going to resume with Power Virtual Agents. I'm going to show you the chatbot part rather than showing Power BI, because Power BI have been covering a lot of GRC X series training for Power BI. I don't know about you guys, because I've seen some familiar names here who have attended my training before. I'm sure Power BI is really, really, really widely covered, very, very heavily covered topic. So, but Power Virtual Agent is something that I wish to really showcase. So, but not really the Chat GPT part, even though I can demonstrate how Power Virtual Agents can make use of Chat GPT and reply the user in a very intuitive way, but I got no time to do that. So I'm just going to show you a pre-flighted steps of how I create a pre-programmed chatbot only. Okay, low code and directly inside Microsoft Teams. Now we will be starting our last session for the day. This is actually on Power Virtual Agents, so it's a sped up bit of this training. And thank you so much, okay, for some of your interest, okay, in our recording and all that. So not to worry, based on our past history of so many other GRC Express Series training that we have done, all this one-day free training, we have completely edited. We need, that we've been recording for the whole day. There are so many header buffers, and then in between the lunch time, so we need to edit properly. Sometimes we fumble here and there a bit. We need to edit that. So once it's ready, we're going to upload it to our YouTube channel. So I think one of you, I think Kwangler, you have already discovered our YouTube channel. So yep, that's actually our official German Consulting channel. So in there, you can find our rest of the other recordings for the past sessions. For example, I think our highest hits is on the DAX for Power BI, and also the Power Automate RPA. That it's all there as well, right? So including some other short videos, this and that. So you guys are welcome to like, subscribe, and just view all my videos there. Okay. There are also other GRC Express Series training conducted by some of our fellow associate trainers, right? We've got our recent Laravel training and some other non-Microsoft trainings as well. So please, you guys are welcome to also view that. Okay. Now we have a short bit of time left, okay, for this today's GRCX series training, right? So most of the time, okay, we hold this training all the way up to 5 p.m. But this time around, because it's fasting month, so that is why I end this at 4 p.m. for this round. Okay, so that is why I'm going to go directly into Power Virtual Agents. Now, I am an active Power BI trainer for many years. Some of you guys who have attended my Power BI training, I'm sure you know that. All right. But those of you who don't know, yes, I am equally proficient in Power BI. But today I've chosen to leave out Power BI out of that. Some of you guys might be thinking, oh, no, I was thinking of watching the Power BI. But like I said, if you can just hop right into our Gemin Consulting YouTube channel. You can also find some of the other Power BI related GRC Express series training. The videos are there. But for now, I would like to entice you all more towards Power Apps, Power Automate, and also Power Virtual Agents. So let's dive right into Power Virtual Agents. So I would like you all right now to go back to your Teams, where you can see your home office setup and all that. My Power Automate here, I believe I may want to remove this first. I want to remove this tab. Let me remove this tab. Okay, I don't need this tab here anyway. But I would like to now install another app. So go to apps there, look for another time, Power. And I want you to look at Power Virtual Agents. Now, it's a very long name. So most of the time, I call it Power VA. Or in short, I just call it PVA. So select Power Virtual Agents or PVA. Now, in my case, I've actually installed it. I've added it. So I want you all to just click Add to the team. In my case, I've actually added for some time ago because I added this during the time when Microsoft announced the Copilot thingy, but to my disappointment, it's not there yet. So anyway, in my case, I'm going to click on Open. So I've got my Power Virtual Agents here. I'm going to right-click again to pin this here below my Power Apps. Okay. Okay, so we can see there. Now, I think today I can see my Copilot already. Look at that. Try the new studio experience with boosted conversations and Copilot intelligent authoring now in preview. So I can click try the preview. All right, still in preview anyway. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, so because not many of you guys have that Copilot yet. I intend to do many more Copilot series as Copilot is going to be made available. I promise you all, you guys all stay tuned. I'm going to release more GRC Express series training once Copilot is out, especially for Power Platform. So we're anticipating Power Apps Copilot, Power Automate Copilot, and here Power Virtual Agents Copilot, all built in from the ChatGPT API. All right, so stay tuned with news from Gemin Consulting. All right, so right now I'm not going to talk about the Copilot yet. I'm just going to go through a very traditional pre-flighted, we call it a pre-flighted chatbot authoring experience. Okay, so now here it says create a chatbot in 5 minutes and no code. This is impressive if we talk about chatbot building, even though on top of so many other platforms out there. But I would like you guys to follow me. Just click on Start Now. Okay. So remember, you need to wait for a little bit of time before the chatbot can be fully provisioned, because in the background, they need to actually provision all the topics, all the entities and stuff like that. So again, you want to create a chatbot for which team? I'm going to choose my private team, GRCX team here. I'm going to click continue. So when I see this try preview for Power Virtual Agents Copilot, that means slowly I can see that they are releasing the Copilots to my tenancy right now. So this really excites me, so I believe that I can use my free time to actually start trying this out and start creating some webinars or whatsoever to introduce Copilots anyway. So anyway, let's get back to creating a chatbot right now. So now I am trying to create a, let's see first what I would like to do here. Now I do not know what type of bot that I want to create. Okay, maybe I want to create a bot, right? Let's call it Office Helper lah. Let's call it Office Helper. Now remember, the chatbot that we're creating here, right, is actually called pre-flighted chatbot, right? It's a new name created, okay, when the GPT came out. Before the era of GPT, we don't call it what pre-flighted or whatever. It's just a chatbot. So that means the chatbot follows a predefined flow of interaction. For example, you define, right, the topic. When you start a topic, let's say the topic is to ask about the weather. You want to ask the chatbot about weather. So you will need to type in a greeting message. We call it as a trigger phrase. What phrase, what word, what sentence that will wake up your chatbot? So you will need to think in your brain all sort of vocabulary that will include words or anything that will trigger it. Now, let me do also a little bit of history of chatbots here. Now, since I'm now diving into AI a lot, right? Now, chatbot in the very first generation, right? They are practically a replacement for your telephone answering machine. You know, those days when you talk to a telephone answering machine, press one for English, press two for this language, you know, and then main menu, press one if you like to review your booking, press two if you want to blah blah blah, you know. So those were the days, okay, when these are all considered pre-flighted. So now that is on the telephone. But right now, since in the era of internet, in the website, okay, you do not need to speak directly to a human consultant or an agent or a customer care service, a customer service agent or something like that. 24 by 7, right? The bot will be available for you for to entertain the customer, at least right, to find out what the customer needs by giving them a few menu options, right? So based on the menu options, when you click, that's the word that will trigger the topic that you would like to know. All right. So, but now let's fast forward because I got no time to even tell you more stories. So as of the time right now, we already entered, okay, the generation number 3 of chatbots. Now, generation 3 of chatbots, right, is also nothing to do with generative AI. It's nothing to do with the GPT yet. Okay. So the GPT, right, you know, it's actually called generative. So, but now, before the era of generative, we actually need to build up the vocabulary of a chatbots. As in, you have to create all sort of greeting phrases, trigger phrases, and stuff like that. For example, if you want to ask a bot about the weather, last time we have to type very specific. Can you please tell me the weather for today? Because the word weather is there, the bot knows how to direct you to the topic about weather. And then the bot is going to answer you. So, which city would you like me to tell you about the weather? And they expect you to type in a city name. And the name of the city or country, maybe, they will be captured as a parameter so that they can maybe in the background, you know, maybe invoke an API, open weather API or something like that, pass in the country name, pass in the city name, and then they can return to you the temperature, you know, the weather forecast, the I don't know, the speed or the wind of the speed, the wind direction, the precipitation level whatsoever, right? Any information about the weather. Then you can then format that return, and so the bot replies you. Okay, but the trigger phrase is pretty much static. Now it comes to the level today, okay, that if you want to ask about the weather, you don't really need to talk about the word weather. Maybe you can tell the bot, you can ask the bot, well, I wonder whether I need to bring an umbrella or not. You see, inside the phrase, there's nothing about weather. But because when you say, do I need to bring an umbrella? So this will trigger the bot to understand that, hey, you're talking about bringing an umbrella, right? So that means you want to ask about weather. Okay. It's just like last time, if you want the bot to book a restaurant for you, you directly type, please book me a restaurant or please create a restaurant reservation for me, which is so straightforward. But today, right, you can just type there, I am hungry. So when you type, I am hungry because of the word hungry, then you can say, hey, would you like me to suggest to you restaurants around you now? Or depending on the time right now, do you want me to book a lunch for you? Do you want me to order lunch for you? Because when you type, I am hungry, obviously, right, the bot is not going to be so stupid and say that, do you want me to suggest you a football stadium? It's not going to be that stupid, right? So because based on natural language processing, and it's because of natural language processing, NLP, we have actually ventured into the new age, golden age of large language model, LLMs, where chat GPTs and all these things comes from, all right? So with huge amounts of words and phrases and sentences and data, okay, that they gather and train, and it gets trained by the minutes and by the seconds. That is how generative AI became so popular today, right? But that's the excitement that I can talk here when I cover my ChatGPT webinars upcoming. I don't know when I'm going to release soon, but I'm going to release a news into my LinkedIn, whether because I'm in the course of consolidating and compiling all ChatGPT related courses, be it Microsoft Copilots or usage of ChatGPT itself. But hold on to your horses first. Rather, hold on to my horses. But I would like to talk about the pre-flighted chatbot that we are about to create here. So which language would you want your bot to speak? Now, when I choose English, now what does it mean? My bot here is going to be created with all English language only prompts and also greetings and also words or phrases. If you want to create a chatbot that is multilingual, I'm so sorry, but you have to create separate bots for that. You have to create a bot with the same name, but it's going to be targeting, let's say, Japanese. If you want your bot to be typed and accept Japanese input, all right, or replied in Japanese. Then you have to create another one, let's say, in Bahasa Indonesia, let's say, okay? So then you have to choose Indonesian in this case. Then all the prompts, all the words, phrases will be in Bahasa Indonesia, okay? And so on and so forth. So if you want the same bot to be targeting multiple languages, let's say all the 46 main proposed languages that Power Platform can offer, you need to create the same bot 46 times. That is crazy, right? And that is why in today's era of generative AI, you see, again, I caught myself talking about generative AI. We no longer need to create a chatbot that is targeting different languages as a single bot or as a separate bot. We can have one bot, right, that can accept any form of language, and they know how to reply you in that target language because there is a language detection AI service built in, and they know that the content is going to be returned to you in that specific language. You don't need to pre-flight and pre-create a chatbot specific to one target language. And this is actually the drawback right now. So I am only creating my Office Helper chatbot with only English, but I can't use this to refer to a Malay language or the Indonesian language or the Thai or the Russian or whatever it is. So it's only English. Okay, so I'm going to click on create right now. Let's get started with this. And the first thing that you need to handle, usually we want to customize our greeting. Now, one thing for sure, when they are provisioning your chatbot right now, okay, you will have ample amount of topics. Now, please take note. Since we're waiting for this provisioning, I need to explain, okay, what is a topic. Now, topic is the first main element of a chatbot. Every chatbot, remember, you treat your chatbot like a chat buddy, okay, a person that you talk to, all right? Can you see that if you are talking to your friend or to a human being, all right, you will speak about a particular topic. But after that, we can easily change topic. Let's say, for example, you're talking about politics. Suddenly you talk about finance. Suddenly talk about the weather today. So similar in fashion, when you create a chatbot, you need to specifically design different topic and the flow of each topic. These are pre-designed. So if you want a topic to talk about previewing all my bookings, then there's one topic to get all the bookings. If you want the ability of a chatbot to be able to modify a booking, you create a separate topic about modifying the booking. So in this case, viewing the booking, canceling or modifying the booking are all separate topics, but one topic can then be linked to the other topic. For example, viewing my booking. After viewing the booking, when you reach the end, you can say, would you like me to help you modify or delete your booking? If yes, okay, then they will hook up and launch the other topic. Okay. If you want to cancel, then they will know how to reroute and hook up to the other topic. So a topic is wired from one to another. But you don't create a super conversational chatbot whereby there is no differentiation in topics. That means it's like everything top to bottom. There is no such thing because you create a chatbot by modularly designed topics by topics. Okay. So right now, see, in my case, mine it's already available. You can see go to topics here, or you can click the topics sidebar here. When you click topics, there are so many topics. Usually they'll give you 4 lessons of tutorials about topics. You see, you got lesson 1, lesson 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4 only. Lesson 1, 2, 3, 4, and the status is on. Right now, these other topics, which are system topics, like the thank you topic, which is usually the ending, is always on. You cannot actually turn it off. Starting over again, escalation, end of conversation, the greeting part, confirming failure, confirming success, and even goodbye. These are system topics that cannot be turned off. All right. But the tutorial ones, okay, are the one that is always on. Right. So what we're going to do right now is, okay, let's not worry about the tutorial lesson 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Let's start by customizing the greeting. Let's open up the greeting topic. Click the greeting topic, and they will show you the flow of this greeting. Look at that. They start always with the trigger phrase. There are 52 trigger phrases here. Look at in the bracket, it says 52. Inside, you can find good morning, good afternoon, hello agent, hello this. So many styles of greeting. Okay. These are words or sentences or greetings that when you type in, they're going to try to match any words inside these phrases. If they match, they're going to wake up the bot so that they will continue with this flow. See, hi, I'm a virtual agent. I can help with account questions, orders, store information, and more. After that, if you'd like to speak to a human agent, let me know anytime. Then third message, so what can I help you with today? So this is actually the default greeting. Now, before we modify anything, guys and girls, I would like you to test your bot and see whether it does wake up or not. So I'm going to click here, there, test your bot. When I click test your bot, they come out with a space for you to test the bot. It's a simple chat box here. Let's say I just type there, hi. Even though it's not the whole thing, but the word hi can actually match some of the trigger phrases in there. So I press enter. Let's see whether it does wake. You see, it does. And at the same time, they show me there, it goes through here, it matches here, they go through here, green color, green color, green color. Look at that. It shows you the path of execution. It can track that they really reply you with all these three. These three messages are created next to each other, one after another. You see? So what can I help you with today? But they never present us with any options here, right? So this is actually how we can perform that particular questions. So right now we can actually try to show different things. See, so for example, in the greeting, hi, I'm a virtual agent, but I would like to customize this message. I don't want to just say I'm a virtual agent. Maybe just say that, hi, okay, I am the office helper because my bot name is called office helper. So I want to use that name there. So what we can do right now is, let me close the test bot here. Let's go back to here. Can you see the message here? Hi, I'm a virtual agent. Now, I am going to erase the word virtual agent. Hi, I don't want I want to say I am the, okay, then in the variable here, insert variable, I can see there is a variable called user display name, but this is actually user display name. They don't show me I am what, okay? So in this case, right, I may say, I do not want to explain to them, hi, I am the virtual agent bot or whatever. I just want to replace like this. Hi, space, and they want to greet you. If I'm Gerald Hong, the bot is going to greet me, hi, Gerald, or hi, Gerald Hong. So this is where I want to say user display name, see? So this is just like the dynamic content just now. So hi, and then what is my user display name? The bot knows how to greet you by your display name. And then I can help you with this, 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 this. And now I'll just say that I want to erase some of this. Okay, I can help you with setting up your home office. This is actually our lab scenario all about setting up your home office. Okay, something like this. I will customize this. Okay. So this hi, after my username, maybe I want an exclamation mark. Okay. Hi, Gerald Hong. Wow, very excited with an exclamation mark. Then I can help you with setting up your home office. So that's something that I pre-flighted here. So let's click save button. Now we can try to test and see whether it works or not. So I'm going to click test your bot again. Now I type the word hello, press enter. Does it wake me up? Yep. Can you see this? It says, hi, my name there. I can help you with setting up your home office. There you go. Okay, so it does work. So we can test just like that. So the green tick actually tracks the path, okay, of all that. Now, without further delay, that's the greeting part. So what can I help you with today, right? It's okay. Now, I want you now to return to the topics. Click the topics here. Let's turn off all these topics. These custom topics, I want to turn it off because I want to create my own custom topic right now that deals with my setting up home office. Remember, a chatbot can be used, right, to trigger action from the flow, can get the flow, right, okay, to help me do something, right? Because chatbots in the first place, they cannot do anything. It is only meant to answer questions and return replies. But if you want the chatbot to help, let's say, cancel a booking. Now, this is an example that in the background, the bot will just try to maybe trigger a flow that is to cancel a booking, which is to update a record on my Dataverse table. Or maybe help you create a booking, which is again connecting to the Dataverse table and create a new record. All right. So I've turned off all my 4 chatbots here. Not chatbots, sorry, all my 4 topics here. So once it is off already, okay, now I want to create a new topic. So click new topic from blank. So we are going to create a new topic. Now, whenever you create a new topic, right, check this out. They're going to start up with this trigger phrases. Okay, we're going to start up with the trigger phrase. So we don't need to worry about the title first. So let's think of what are the words that the user will type to wake up this topic. So let's start adding the trigger phrase. Now, you need to type at the end and press enter. So watch how I type and you start, following me as well. So need information on home office equipment. Let's say maybe the user will ask something like this. Enter. Okay. Then next one, maybe the user will type, I need help with my home office setup. Next one, maybe, can I get furniture for working at home? Now, see, every possible way of asking. And what equipment is available for my home office? Try to think of any ways of asking, okay? Or how do I get a desk, okay, for working from home? Okay, that's it for now. So these are the 5 trigger phrases I've asked. So I'm showing here, so you guys can follow that. At the end, press enter, okay? Every end of one trigger phrase, you press enter until I've got 5 in there. So having this Power Virtual Agents or Power VA chatbot, right, operating in your teams is the only way that you can get it to really enjoy a chatbot free. But if you want your chatbot to be integrated to your own custom website, you want it to be available in your Power Apps standalone, from your Power Platform, you need to pay a hefty sum. As far as you can remember, right, it costs $1,000 for each 2,000 sessions, for the first 2,000 sessions. And then after that, right, if you want additional every 1,000 session, it costs another $500. So this is actually quite a hefty sum if we talk about the sessions there, right? So I'm not so sure whether Microsoft is going to revise the licenses because they have already received quite a number of disappointment and complaints or negative feedback about how Power Virtual Agents is good, but then because of the cost, it is a bit of a drag. It is actually hindering the progress of Power Virtual Agents. Right, but right now with the co-pilots and also how ChatGPT, it's already built into the backend logic. So I'm not so sure Microsoft is going to charge even more or they're going to make it a bit more affordable. I can't tell you this because I don't know as well, right? So we just have to wait and see. Okay, cool. Now I'm not so sure whether that's correct or not, but let me try to see. Okay, powerva.microsoft.com. I just don't want to simply quote you a price because that's for what I can remember. I need to sign in. No. Let me just go to powerplatform.microsoft.com. Just give me a moment. Products. I want it to go to Power Virtual Agents. I want to see the pricing. Products. Where's the pricing? I remember there's a pricing. Not free. They don't talk about pricing. Okay, here, pricing. There you go. I think, oh, okay. Okay, you know what? They have made it a bit more affordable. Yes, correct. Now it is $200 for 2,000 sessions per month. Okay, if let's say within 1 month, right, 2,000 sessions already used up, and you haven't even finished that 1 month, and you want to add on. So see, you add on $100 for each 100 sessions. So at least the starting point is actually cheaper right now. Last time it used to be $1,000. Now it's $200, right? And then $100 per month for 1,000 sessions. These are for additional sessions. Now, what is a session? Yeah, each one session, right, is our user invoking and initiating a conversation with the bot, and the bot conversation cannot be more than 1 hour. 60 minutes only max. You don't talk to the chatbot like you're talking to your old friend like that, you know. So it's only 1 hour, and at the end of 1 hour, you still haven't got your answer, your questions answered whatsoever. They're going to terminate the session, and that's one session gone. Okay. So even though the pricing is still considered on the high side, but not as high as last time. So that is why I believe, okay, like I said, that this is, yeah, I've got a hunch that Microsoft has updated and made Power Virtual Agents cheaper. So which they did lah. Okay. And I believe that, oh no, wait, hang on. It says limited time offer only. Ooh, now only I realize that. This limited time offer is available until June 30th. Oh, damn. You see, there's 60 minutes or 100 turns. I forgotten about 100 turns. You don't have just ample 1 hour to keep on chatting, you know, but or 100 terms, whichever comes first. 100 terms means, right, you ask the questions, the bot reply you, that's one turn. You type something again, the bot reply you, that's second turn. You type something, the bot replies. So it's 100 terms. It's a relay, see? So 60 minutes or 100 terms, that's considered as one session, right? And for limited time, only until June 30th, right? So that means, nah, they did not actually lower it down permanently. It's only a limited time offer, because last time it is used to be really $1,000. I can remember that. Okay, but anyway, that's on the pricing part if you are wondering lah. Okay. Okay, so let me just turn off this thing again. So, all right, now with all these 5 trigger phrases already entered, that's very good. Okay, now let's go to our name box there. Let's close this guy. Can you go to the details, click the details here, and give the title to this topic? We call this topic Home Office Setup. This button, details, click details, they come up with the name of your entire topic. The topic got no name yet. See, it's still called untitled here, but you can't change here. You change here. Okay, then close it. So now the name is called Home Office Setup. All right, let's quickly save it first for time being. Save it, just click save. Now, our topic is not yet done, yeah? Okay. So now, if you type in these 5 any one of these trigger phrases, what's the first reply that you get from the bot? The first message here. So maybe you just type there, what's the first message here? Yes, comma, I can help you with your home office setup. So this is going to be the fixed reply from the bot. Okay, yes, I can help you with your home office setup. After the bot reply you this, I'm going to click plus sign to add a question. Now, after this, the bot is going to ask you a question. Yes, I can help you with your home office setup. Then click the plus sign and click ask a question. So the question would be here, yeah? What would you like to know? What would you like to know? Question mark. So it's going to be multiple choice options. I'm going to give them an option so that they're going to be in a button form so that the user doesn't need to type anything. So I'm going to give them a few options. Okay, multiple choice options. Now, let's say I'll have a different branch. Now, options for users. The first one, remember that we got all the different categories. First one, I'll have chair, enter. Okay, new option again. See, when you type chair, right, there'll be two branches. As you keep on adding more options, right, the branches is going to be more. So the next option after chair will be desk. Enter. You see, there's another one. New option again. It's moving further and further. Next would be, let's say, headset. Okay, then new option again. And finally, monitor. That's it. So you can see now there are 4 branches. You see, each of the branches added, right? See, condition is equal to chair, condition is equal to desk, condition is equal to headset, or condition is equal to monitor. So if it's equal to either one of these buttons being clicked, then what will be the course of action? What will be the outcome? Okay, so that's actually the part here. Now, you see, the thing is that when the users select any one of these options after the bot ask, they're going to save the responses, right, into a variable called var by default. I want you to click this var, the pencil icon, and I don't want you to name it var. I want you to name the variable asset category. So at least I know that this is the name of the variable that stores the response by the user. Okay, asset category. Then you can close. So now it's known as asset category. So whatever responses, so they check the variable asset category is equal to desk, or asset category is equal to headset, or asset category is equal to monitor, right? So we can see chair as well. So all 4 branches, they're going to do that. So that's the responses. So now, quickly do a save again. There is no auto save, yeah? One more thing that you have to know, whatever that we edit using the browser, there is no auto save. So all these experiences of editing your Power Apps or Power Automate or Power Automate flow design, make sure you frequently save them. Okay, don't take things for granted. You must save them, or else you might lose some of the progress that you have been doing. So let's go to the very first one on the left. If let's say condition asset category is equal to chair, click the plus sign. I'm going to add or show a message. Let's show a message. Okay, so the message, right? I want to put something like this. Let's say your home office chair should have, let's say, I want it to be point form. I can click the point form here, bulleted list, adjustable height, adjustable backrest support, and then a 5-star base for stability, something like that. It's just an advice given to that, okay? So let's say, right, okay, when they just want help, right, is because you call it office helper. So whichever category, they're just going to show the appropriate message. And then I just want to click the plus sign. That's it. I want to end with the survey. End the topic with a survey. The survey usually will ask you, please rate. Did my answer help you? Right? And please give a rating for each of the responses. 5-star rating, all that. So that's called end a conversation with a rating, with a survey. So let me just copy and paste for you for all the responses for the first one. This one is chair. Okay. Next, I'm going to proceed to the desk, show a message again. For the desk one, I'm going to type something here. Make sure you have plenty of desk space, comma, and put the things you use a lot, okay, within a comfortable arm's reach. Okay. Okay, enough lah. I don't want to type so long. Right, so copy this. I'm going to paste it also in the meeting chat so you guys can copy this. And I also want to end with the survey. Always end it with the survey. Next one for the headrest, also show a message. All customized messages. You can see that it's very, very hefty to type this as well. Okay. Very, very time consuming. The type of headset you need will depend on your role, comma, and how much time you spend on calls. Okay, enough. All right. Copy this, Paste it there. And finally, also end with the survey. And the final one, monitor, I show a message again. The monitor one, I'll just put in a brief one. We provide all employees with a 24-inch curved monitor for home office use. That's it. I'm going to copy this and paste it for you all. Okay, so you guys can actually follow me, and I'm going to end with the survey. So that's it. All my 4 prompts are done here. I'm going to quickly save my topic again. So once the topic has been saved, let me just go back to the topics. You can see that now I've got my home office setup topic already turned on. The rest of the other 4 custom topics have been turned off. These are the tutorial ones. So I'm going to test my bot once more. This time, when I type in, please make sure that you type in the prompt, right, which has words that is included in the trigger phrase. All right. So what I'm going to do is that, let's say, I need help with home office. Let's say I press enter. Does it trigger that? Yes, it does. Look at that. It does trigger. It triggers. It says, yes, I can help you with your home office setup. What would you like to know? See, I'm presented with all these 4 buttons. So if I choose desk, then it can reply me, make sure you have plenty of desk space and all that. Did that answer your question there? Yes or no? If I say yes, they're going to ask me for a rating. Please provide the rating for the experience. I say 5-star. And I say, just say that, thanks for your feedback. Can I help you with anything else? I just say no thanks. That should end the conversation. You see, that's one session gone. So it does test the conversation, okay, by doing a what do you call that? The invocation of the topic. Okay. So this is actually right, okay, the simplest form of how your flow can be triggered. But this is actually still testing it, you know. So now, how do we really deploy our bot here? Can you see that there's actually a publish button? So now I'm going to click on publish. When you click publish, right, you can see there's a publish button, and the next step is to open the bot in Teams. So I'm just going to click on publish first. Publish. Because remember that we have created a bot specifically for our Microsoft Teams. So the bot will be made available in your Teams. So in the full training experience, right, you guys will be run through how Power Virtual Agents can be used to create a very extensive flow and able to actually invoke the flow to help you do actions and all that. But here, I'm just going to show the specifics of how to get a chatbot quickly get started. So you can see there, the bot previously called Office Helper. It has been published. Okay, and I can set also the availability options. Right? In the availability options, right, I can even click edit the details. I can put in the descriptions and all that, but save for that. But what I can do right now, right, okay, is that I can click open the bot. I click open bot, and now you can see the bot is called Office Helper, and I can add the bot right now. It's powered by your Power Virtual Agents. So I can click the add button, and it's going to install my bot. What is it? Bot ID problem. Hang on now, let me click on the settings first. When your bot is added, privately message all members of the team. So no need. Let's say this one's safe. I don't need this bot. Let me click edit the details first. These are the short description and long description. Should be okay. Let me try one more time to open the bot. Open bot, add again. Sometimes it can be. Yeah, it says two. Wait I think it's not yet ready. See, it says it might take a while for changes to be updated, you know. Yeah, so that is why if you want to immediately open the bot, it might not be available as yet. If I try to go to availability options, so you can see they add to a team, I can add to GRCX actually, right? But I can actually go and install the bot separately. But let me try right now to see whether I can add the bot as an app. So when I click apps right now, right? Built with Power Platform. When I click on built with Power Platform, You can see I've got my home office setup. This is actually the app just now, but I can't still see my bot right now. So until I choose, let's say I type the office, is there office helper? You see, not yet. It's not there yet. Because if the bot is ready, it should be able to be exposed like an app, so you can install the office helper as a bot app. So even if you type office helper, no, see, it's not there yet. So apparently that it is not even fully provisioned yet. So let's see if I go back to chatbots. My office helper, it should be already exposed to my GRCX team. So let's say I go back to my teams here. Okay, so that's my GRCX team. In my team, let me try to click the plus sign here to add my office helper bot. Search for apps. I'm going to type there office again. Let's see whether my office helper is here. Or I fully type office space helper. No, it's not there yet, you see? So it's not yet, fully provisioned. That is something a bit slow about that, even though I've just published it. So this triple dot here again, yeah, it's not yet fully provisioned. Even if I open up my bot, the office helper, it is still there, but I haven't yet to fully publish that. If I click on publish, you see it's hang on. There, your published bot is good to go. It says it's good to go now. I try again one more time. Open the bot in Teams. I try to click add one more time. Still cannot. Still not available yet. That's why it'll take a time. It'll take some time. Right. But anyway, guys, since we have just ran out of time here, now what you need to do right now, okay, is that you can only wait. Okay, so in a bit of time, let's say maybe the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, if you want to try it on your own, try to click open the bot in Teams once more and click add. Right. If it works, right, what you will see is that a new bot will be activated in your Teams, and then you can go and maybe add your bot, right, okay, as an app. So even right now, if I type office helper, it is not showing yet. But what you can do, right, okay, is that once the bot has been added, you can chat with the bot just like a human being. Okay, it will be just like creating a chat where you type into the chat box and then they'll reply you. Okay, so yes, exactly. So one of you already posted, okay, that you do have the office helper being installed. Yep. Okay. So that's cool because some of you guys will have it, okay, a bit faster. But in my case, mine is not yet activated. So yeah, it will be. Sometimes you need to wait, right? Even though in my case, right, even if I open back my chatbot, I can see that when I click on publish, I have already published it. It says it's good to go, but you see I published 5 minutes ago, but I still won't be able to open it yet. Let me try one more time. Open the bot in Teams, add. So not yet available. So it depends on tenancy to tenancy basis, right? Okay, so that's actually what you can do right after this. So once your bot has been added, you can just test it by invoking the bot with either the hi as a greeting and then also typing in the question that triggers the topic of your home office setup and make sure that it works the way it should be, right? Now, only in the full 2 days training for this digital teamwork training, because this Dataverse for Teams, right, is actually a part of my digital teamwork training. It's supposed to be a 2 days complete training. So only then, right, okay, you will see how Power Virtual Agents can complement with Power Automate to perform the flow activation and invocation to perform actions as well. It's not just going to reply a user, okay, with only the answer based on what has been pre-programmed, okay? And I think it will be in no time that I need to update most of my Power Platform courses to include with co-pilots, since I can see that it's slowly, being updated. Right, so yeah, that's well, I'm afraid that's all the time that we have for this training.